Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Rebirth, a D&D tale. Last we left off, our group of adventurers were accosted by a swarm of what could only be called jellyfish or man-o'-wars, depending on who you ask. One of which sadly took the life of the lovely tabaxi beast folk barmaid that they had been ordering drinks from this tiny tavern called Bilgewater. Upon discovering that she was in fact dead and that things were not going to look up for them in this particular little place, they instead made their way to a larger tavern, the Tumbled Wench. That iconic, fluffy haired individual on their signs. The tavern spacious. And the seven of them ran across a gnome. A gnome by the name of Ormond. He informed them of something that he wanted them to do a little bit of research on, as things of aberrant nature have been starting to come ashore here on the Seamead Island. The thing he asked them to research was a large crystal jutting out of the hills to the south, about 50 miles away. He wouldn't dare go himself on his own, because what if things like man-o'-wars attack him? He's not prepared for that. No, it's safer to stay in the city. But these 7 individuals look strapping enough, and so he promised a coin and a free night stay at the Tumbled Wench. And that is where our party is currently. Each of them paired off in their own rooms with the person that they came to this city with. Shay with Vanya, Kinwin with River, Darius with Lagan, and Rune on his own. And the sun rises on a new day. And you wake up to the friend beside you. These rooms are fairly small. They're not terribly large. But they were cheap, according to Orman. If he's going to give you a free night's stay, he might as well make the best of it. But that is where we are. You can definitely hear the sound of the canal and the ocean nearby. The lapping of waves, gentle today. The wind doesn't seem to be very strong, and if there's no storm in the sky, it's fairly clear. The sun beams down brightly, just as you're waking up with the dawn.
Well, Shay takes a minute to compose herself underneath her total cocoon of blankets, and uh, uh, then she kind of unfurls it and looks to see if Vanya is awake.
Vanya would be awake, sitting there, just kind of brushing Zephyr out a little bit while she's waiting on Shay to wake up.
Zephyr always sleeps in the crook of your knees.
Yep, little
Even
leg warmer.
ever since he was a puppy. But now he's
Oh,
a 50-pound dog.
oh yeah, and as seeing that, she kind of unwraps herself and swings her legs over and kind of says, "Sorry if I, woke up a little later than you. Apologies."
You're fine. I mean, I had to stop a certain four-legged creature here from jumping on you to wake you up, but
Oh, I appreciate that. It definitely takes me a minute. I like my cocoon. I gotta kind of, warm up to
yeah,
the
I
world.
noticed.
um, uh, am I too much? Do you think?
No, I don't think so.
I
Makes you ask
just,
that.
well, because I think I like, I find the people that, we met yesterday very interesting. Um, I'm a little concerned though about going to see the crystal. Uh, is very intriguing, but I don't know. Maybe perhaps is 5 gold worth more than I think it is?
I couldn't tell you, one way or another.
It just seems like he mentioned hiring us to go find information, but then he talked about only paying us for samples. And I understand like the food and the room is nice and all, but it just seems like when there's risk of life and limb and this whole crystal, which mostly is a rumor we don't really know anything about, and the fact that like it says it's pretty heavy and nobody's been able to remove one, we might not even be able to bring back a sample, and if that's all we're being paid for, I just wanted to make sure everybody was getting their fair due, but I think I overstepped. But I didn't think I was overstepping. Was I overstepping?
I think you're overthinking right now is what you're doing.
I might do that too.
Might being the key word there, but no, you are definitely overthinking right now. Just calm down. I'm sure everything's going to be fine.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll let you do more of the talking for a little
That
while, if that's okay with you.
that might be smart for a little bit.
All right, I will try. It's just hard. I see something and I want to say something.
It's understandable though.
Well, should
We are going to work on that overthinking.
Okay.
We're going to work
I
on
will.
that.
I'll try to be better. It's just the world is so big and there's so much that I feel like I still need to learn. I just want to do right by it. I don't want to F up is the word, I think.
That might be the word. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I suppose should we go down and get breakfast and see if the others are up?
Yeah, we should now that you're up and Zephyr's had his morning brush.
Yeah, just get dressed and she'll kind of hop out of the bed and start to grab her things.
Zephyr's more than happy to finally get going. He's nearly underfoot all of the time, Vanya. He's still getting used to trying to not be underfoot that much, but he's a fairly large dog. He's not a small dog. He grew up fairly fast, and he's still pretty young. Only a couple of years old.
At this point, she's probably told him like 3 times to go sit by the door. Wait.
Shay's not helping. She's totally fine with letting him distract her.
He's a very good wolf dog. You've heard that wolf dogs can be a little aggressive, but Zephyr seems to be all fluff and no bite.
For now.
For now. The others paired up are Lagon and Darius, and Kinwin and River. Do you have anything to say to one another as you wake up?
But before he does anything, Lagon gets out of bed and goes through his early morning ritual of stretching before he dons his armor. He looks at Darius. nudges nudges his feet with his knee. You up yet?
He's still snoring.
Fuck, as usual. You don't ever get up when you're supposed to. Lagon will finish with his stretches and start donning his armor, and then grab Darius's foot and shake it very violently.
What?
Oi.
What?
It's time to get up.
It is?
And you see that the
Sunny?
sun, the dawn sun is beaming directly in your window.
Oh. Why?
We have things to do, young man.
You're right. And begrudgingly get up and start getting dressed.
So what do you think of our new companions?
Or something. I mean, safety in numbers for what we gotta do, I guess.
I don't know, the big metal man seems to be able to handle his own, but I'm not sure about the rest.
Yeah. We'll do what we can. How'd you sleep last night?
Not nearly as hard as you, apparently.
You seem to go to sleep fairly quick. So
I don't remember. I was fairly exhausted after. God, how many of those men of war were there?
too many.
God, I've never seen the red ones. Never this close to land.
I don't know.
Lagon will finish strapping on his armor and grab his shield and warhammer
And of course,
I'm
the
gonna
daily
go see
prayers.
about a bite. That he will do when he's having his meal. That's what he does before his first meal every day.
Oh, okay.
I need to find some food. I'll see you downstairs. And walks out of the room.
I finish. I might go and I shine my shoes a little bit before I put them on. I like to look pristine as much as I can. So make sure everything's just right and head downstairs after.
It's a nice shined pair of shoes. Uncle Mordecai, he always told you that a nice pair of shoes is a good impression. He's an
I
old
go
man
down
by
and-
now.
Yeah. I go down and join Lagon for breakfast.
And then, of course, there's River and Kenwyn. What does your morning ritual look like?
I think Jim probably would have woken up early so he could go outside, shove his surefall staff into the dirt, and meditate in front of it for his morning ritual.
Does that have any specific... You set the staff in the dirt, and it's almost like this staff... You can almost tell that it's glad. Almost that it's... The buds that that have been closed all night kind of gently start to open to reveal leaves that once you take it out of the ground, these leaves will be open for the rest of the day until they close at night. It's a strange little thing. It's almost as if the wood is still alive, even though it's been separated from whatever tree it came from for who knows how long. It was a gift from your guildmaster. And who knows how long she had it before she gave it to you as a gift for your pilgrimage. What does your morning routine look like, River?
River gets up pretty early, and he goes outside and takes out his rapier and practices.
Okay. So you and Kinwin would be outside in the kind of chilly morning. It's not very warm just yet. You know how close you are to the sort of southernmost continent, that it still gets pretty chilly even in spring, early in the morning. And so there's a little bit of dew frost on the leaves of plants. There's a little bit of chill to the air, but the sun, as it comes up, immediately starts to melt the little bit of frost. The little bit of dew and morning fog kind of dissipates as the sun peaks up over the horizon, and the both of you at the peaking of the sun kind of end your morning daily rituals, and however else it is that you hone yourself to the land around you in order to draw upon its gifts that it's blessed you with. The sea air is salty, but it smells nice. It's a clear day. The sun shines brightly as you finish up. It's already come up over the horizon and is starting to turn the entire sky that lovely blue of the morning. There isn't a cloud to be seen. And
You ready for breakfast, Senor? Talking to Kinman.
I don't know that he heard you.
Kinman,
Oh, what?
are you ready for breakfast?
Seemed to have been lost in his meditation for a moment.
Sorry, I sometimes get lost in meditation.
It is okay. I think we should eat before the sun gets too high.
Agree.
So Kinwin and River enter in from the entrance of the jumbled wench, while the rest of you come down from your rooms. And Rune is already there, kind of waiting, as the 7 of you are now present in the dining area of this particular tavern. this lovely tumbled wench.
Question. Who here besides me speaks giant?
Not me.
Not I.
Not me.
Okay. So I'm assuming no one else will understand this. But as they're waiting for morning meal in Giant, Lagan is going to be saying, muttering his morning prayers. May Melora give you for every storm a rainbow, for every tear a smile, for every care a promise, and a blessing in each trial. For every problem life sends, a faithful friend to share, for every sigh a sweet song, and an answer for each prayer.
Oh, that's nice. Very nice. And there is no one who speaks giant, but you hear him start uttering words in very quietly, whereas he's kind of the bowl of food is in front of him, and his holy symbol just kind of present for a moment as he's saying these words that you don't understand. And then when he's finished, he tucks it back into his shirt and free to go back around the rest of the day.
Emily watches for a minute, but she doesn't say anything. She just kind of looks at Vanya and shuts up and goes back to eating.
It looks very much like a prayer, which is odd for you, Shay and Vanya, because not many people actually do prayers in the Greenhorn Empire.
She's just gonna tilt her head a little bit, shrug, and turn back to her food.
While waiting for everyone, Rune his attention is invested in a small booklet. It's leather bound, and it's honestly something that seems like it would just be like a travel journal of some such. You see for a moment, takes out a pen, jots down something quick in it, scratches it, and then shuts the booklet before looking back up at everyone. He kind of just like watches you all throughout the room.
I mean, Shay is definitely not making eye contact with Ruin this morning.
Does Lagan notice this?
Make a perception.
All right. Wow.
Shay is making a point to avoid making eye contact with Ruin for the moment.
17 plus 5, 22.
Ooh. Are you being sneaky about it, Rude?
No,
Not particularly? Okay.
it's not something to hide. Why should he?
Lagan looks at Arun. Something on your mind, my big metal friend?
Merely taking notes.
One.
Analysis and procedures for what we intend to do today. Should we encounter anything, I've left space in my own journaling.
You take notes on everything, do you?
Only what is necessary.
How do you determine what is necessary and what is not?
Conflict.
Only on conflict?
There are other things. For instance, certain behaviors.
Such as? An example, if you mind.
Give me a sec while I think about. Sorry.
No worries.
I was interrupted. I'm sorry. You see his eyes zoom in on the area from which you placed your belongings in, your holy symbol. An example of notes would be an analysis on practice of those I will be making compatriots with for any period of time.
Noticing that you're staring at where Lagan put his holy symbol. You mean my morning prayers?
I have notified that should it ever be the case, that time is given to you. I cannot particularly say I agree with such practices or find value in it. It is yours to be had.
Indeed. But believe me, whether you value or not, there is value.
We shall see.
So, anyone else have any issue with this proposal the little gnome fellow give us? How do we bring rocks that no one can lift?
Well, I
And talk
suppose
to
we have time to figure that out now, don't we?
What if this crystal is living and removing rocks from it harms it?
How does one determine such things?
Well, it's just questions we could ask.
I try thinking out of the box.
So,
I mean, it's all just rumor, right? So we don't actually know till we get there?
I would agree.
So Lagan looks at Kinwin. I'm assuming you're saying not to just come in smashing rocks, right?
It's generally what I prefer, yeah.
That's actually a good question, CC.
Mm.
Is there a history of living rocks? Like, I as a player would imagine constructs, like elementals, but...
Make me a history check.
Okay. See, 6 plus... where's my history? 6 plus 5. So 11.
There's been rumor of things like talking crystals or kind of oracle caves or things of that sort, but it's always been something that's intrigued you but never been something that you've been actively looking into at the moment, because that's kind of a low priority kind of occurrence that you're not particularly interested in at the moment, or haven't been in the past. It's only just recently with Orman that you're thinking that, okay, maybe there's something to this. But you've heard rumor all over the world, really, from where you've been.
Well, now it's high priority. I would like to utilize my sage background as a researcher.
Mm-hmm.
When you attempt to learn or recall a piece of lore, if you do not know that information, you often know where and from whom you can obtain it.
Hmm.
So with that, I was wondering if there was some sort of library or researcher, informant, something that I knew of along the route that we would be able to stop by, and Rune could go ahead and investigate some more of that information. I mean, obviously, the farmers in the local area would probably be the best eyewitness accounts, but
Of course, yeah. Eyewitness accounts are from the farmers that surround the area are definitely available to you. But as far as the nearest library that might have information on that would probably be Bellemere. That's the largest city in the immediate area of the archipelago, and that's on that city is on the island to the east or to the west of you, uh, and in a way be
but the
kind of
Chris.
backtracking where you've come from.
Okay. Um, there is like Rune starts emanating the glow from the parts that are already illuminated, and you see he looks down at the table for a moment, pulls out his journal again, and he writes down some quick notes. Proposal. We go and investigate with the farmers first. Acquire eyewitness accounts and details that might not be available to us otherwise. The closest location that we could investigate for history on any such speaking crystals would be Bellemere, but that is inconvenient.
You know, it's at least a couple days travel overseas.
Does anyone else potentially have knowledge of talking rocks outside of elementals?
Elementals, for so far as you all know, don't exist.
Right.
Yeah, coffee. If possible, is there something that I could roll based on any possible academic Shay may have heard in her studies?
Remind me again what your background is.
Noble.
Noble. Okay. Okay. Then I can flavor it in that way. Roll me a history check.
All right. Nine.
You're not sure. You've not really spent a whole lot of time in the libraries of Colcaster. Your mom tried to make you go nearly every day,
more
and
about
you
finance.
and
Finance and business. No mythology allowed.
no mythology allowed. She's no fun. Mom was always kind of quashing the fun.
So Shay just shakes her head. Nope, no idea.
Do I know if the library is on the way to where the crystals are, or
No, that would be going back where you came from across the. If you take a look at the map, the Bellemere is on an island to the east, where the crystal that you are looking for is 50 miles over land, on the same island you're on.
okay?
Bellemere is at least 2 or 3 days travel on a speedy ship. It's the next largest city in the archipelago, though.
Do research after investigating the crystal itself.
That was going to be my proposal. If you would like to split up, some of us may go and check on these rocks themselves to see what they do, while the others talk to the folk that are around and learn what they may know.
She kind of looks at Vanya, but then like she's just like, I don't know. Is that wise? We don't really know what we're walking into at the crystals.
Know what we're walking into regardless, now do we? Say it might be a bit of a good idea. See if we can dig anything up on it, though.
My main-
Grimhacker, tell it. Go ahead.
My main concern could be the potentiality of this object having any sort of magical effects beyond simply speaking or weather prediction as suggested.
Well, sometimes the best way to learn about an object is to learn straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
I agree.
As
Yeah,
do
just
I.
maybe shouldn't we stay together though?
There's strength in numbers.
It is true, but sometimes it's best to come at any kind of obstacle or whatever you're looking at from more than one angle.
Got a point.
Propose.
Yes, but I just feel like, so if some of us go to find information, but then others go
Okay.
directly to the crystal. But
Hey,
what if
you're overthinking again.
well, but what if, like, while we're finding information, we find something that says literally "Don't touch or you die," and then they're already going and they're touching it.
You're
I can
putting the
say,
cart before the horse a bit
Controversial.
there. I'm not
Well-
saying that that's not a possibility, but what I am saying is this thing can talk. Perhaps it knows what it is and has answers that we won't find anywhere else unless we go to this library Rune is talking about.
But if it has answers to questions, we could just ask it directly. It would probably be able to tell us everything itself.
Hypothesis. We will encounter the locals before we encounter the object in question. Shall we proceed?
Yes, let's.
Uh,
All right. So how do you want to go about traveling? Walking is going to take several days. And that's at a fairly quick pace. You could go by cart and travel with someone who's making deliveries to and from the farms. It would only take a couple of days, but would have stops along the way. But you wouldn't run the risk of exhausting yourselves. Or you can go by your own horseback.
What is the cost differential of horseback or riding? Well, Rune can't ride a horse. Oh,
You
of a cart.
you don't weigh more than your average humanoid of your size.
Oh, no, he does. He weighs like 350 pounds, dude. He
What?
will break a horse.
Horses are sturdy.
not all. Do they have mounts big enough for Lagan?
Horse.
Ooh, that's a good question. That would probably be a
Another.
warhorse. But warhorses are not easy to come by in the canal.
They're not
Um,
cheap either.
Yeah, our cheapest option may potentially be carts, carting along with someone and just protecting caravan along their route.
You could do so as hired hands, yeah.
Is there a place where we would find in this town postings for duties like that?
So kind of all of you going through a little bit of the town. The sea meat itself is not necessarily a well-to-do city. It is very prosperous going through the canal and the stores and shops and inns and things like that along the actual canal itself. But as soon as you start going towards the outer rim of both islands, the sectioned off parts of the city, because the city spans both sides of the canal, it starts to get a little more destitute. But you do find there are markets in the town square. They're rather small, but you imagine that they're farmers and salespeople who are looking to make their wares available to other people in the markets. And
Rather than that, I'm gonna make a wild hypothesis that since the port itself is where a lot of the commerce is, so is a lot of the food and utilities and whatnot. They have to have some way to export that to the rural areas.
Mhm.
So, going by that basis.
yeah, and
Question. If we're looking to either hire a cart or get hired, who would have coin to procure such arrangements? Does anybody in the party have any coin?
you would have had to start a
Oh,
coin
not
from your
much.
background.
Not too
Very
much.
little.
Yeah.
10 coin.
I have
Same.
some.
Well,
I mean, how legally do you want us to obtain it?
as legal as possible. I'd rather
I
not run
agree.
afoul of any guards at this point. We have no
I
claws.
very
We've
much
done
agree.
nothing wrong.
Yes.
Are we still in the tumbled winch?
You've
Or
you've
left
probably
by now?
you've probably made a little bit of a jaunt through like the marketplace to figure out if there are people who are traveling to the farms.
Okay, I want to find a merchant and see if there's any information I can find about hiring a cart or getting hired on as guards for the merchants.
Okay, make me a persuasion check.
Yeah, would you like any help in that endeavor?
Of course, I can always use the help.
So I'll go with him and I will help if there is some persuasion needed.
Okay, Lagon, make a persuasion at advantage, as you have Shay to assist you in the words.
5 or natural 20
Ooh.
for 20.
Nice.
Very nice.
Oh, wait, sorry, that's a 19 because that's a -1 on my charisma.
Ah, right. Okay, but it's still a natural 20. Natural 20 is a -1. You find that Shay's actually really good at speaking to people and trying to understand their plights and really getting at the core of what it is that they need and what it is that you're looking to do. And so when you attempt to speak to these people, they're a little standoffish because you are a rather large man. But as soon as the demure, pretty, and very very pleasant girl that you're with starts to recontextualize what it is that you're saying, it's it's far easier for her to win over the merchants. And when you talk to this merchant, he does make the rounds to the south of the south of the island, and kind of makes a bit of a circular route going between the farms, the lighthouse towns, and back to Seameat. And so he is more than happy to accept any aid. He doesn't have a whole lot of coin to provide, though, as the destitute nature of the city makes it somewhat hard to actually sell his goods. He buys from the farmers and then turns around and sells it here at Sea Meat. But it's been a harsh winter, and there's not a whole lot in the way of crops going out just yet.
I understand the coin is limited. There are seven of us that could accompany and escort you along the way.
7 people. That's quite a number. I hardly have 3 gold to spare.
Okay.
It would be.
Could we maybe have one moment? I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, I was just saying that I would appreciate the escort, seeing as what happened yesterday, but at the Bilgewater was one of my favorites, actually.
Unfortunately, we could not save her.
That's unfortunate. She was a very good customer, but as I said, I have maybe 3 coin that I can spare, 3 gold for hiring your services as an escort.
Lagan will step back with Shay.
So yeah, she'll step back and she'll kind of look up at him and she'll speak quietly. But she'll just say, I mean, we could certainly split like 3 gold between us if we need to get paid, but our goal is primarily just to get there.
We don't need pay. I was thinking more of food. Being fed along the way is payment enough.
Well, maybe we can ask him what he has to spare, and I can probably afford to fill in any blanks for the days of travel.
I'm not looking for pay, but you might want to speak with the rest of the folk before making any arrangements with the Stenelman. I don't know how they feel about that.
Should I go get them?
You are very much better at speaking with folk than I am. They may take it better from you than from me, because apparently I keep sticking my foot in my mouth and I don't know why.
You... Us both, perhaps. But okay, I'll be back, and I'll go go find everybody else.
They're not too far away. They've all kind of joined you in the market.
All right, so Lagan's found somebody who's open to getting an escort, but doesn't have a lot of money to like pay for that escort service, but just kind of going in the direction we want to go. So, he can only give about 3 gold. Maybe we could, share his food supplies otherwise, and I think I can probably pay for any rations or food we might need that we'd be missing from what he could offer. It's right over here, if anybody wants to speak to them yourselves. But he's open to us tagging along to escort him.
Gold is not really the goal.
I kind of agree, since we need to go there anyway.
Small payment to us is better than us having to pay someone to get us out there.
I would be fine with arrangements for food.
That's
As
what
we're getting paid for the journey.
Well, he's right over there, and she'll start to make her way back to Lagan and the others, and she'll just kind of nod to Lagan on the, and as she gets close, she'll say,
At the nod, Lagan will go back and speak to the merchant. Gold is not so much the issue. Would it be in your interest to provide food for our escort? in lieu of payment.
Actually, it's been a rather rough week. Some of this is going to spoil before I have a chance to sell it. I suppose I can, I'm going to be making my rounds again for fresh product anyway, and I suppose I can give you what's about to expire at least.
Well, that'll save you from having to throw it out.
I'd rather it go to some use. I was otherwise going to donate it to the orphanage.
Let's see. Do I have that spell? No. Dang it. Well, you know what? Donate your food to the orphans. They need more than we. I'm sure my friends and I have plenty of rations.
All right. Well, the first stop I make is about 25 miles from here. It's to a wheat farmer. He's managed to grow wheat around here, but he's also got some winter goods and also, spins a good yarn. And that's what I'll be picking up from him, at least.
Alright. Well, is there anything you'd be needing for your track? Or anyone else here need to pick up before we escort you?
So how many days are we looking at in total?
With a horse and cart, because he's got a horse-drawn cart that that his little stall kind of just collapses into, and with it being, mostly empty, it's gonna be probably closer to 2 days to get the whole way there, as the horse and cart is gonna go faster than the on the cobblestone roads than walking by foot. And so he says, although you might want to get one additional horse, because I don't exactly have room for all 7 of you.
Would you know where we could acquire one for a reasonable price?
And he points down towards it seems like he's pointing towards the outskirts of the city. Near the city wall, there's a rather cheap stable. The horses are in good order, if a little homely looking.
Well, I mean, that certainly doesn't bother me. Are you saying that you have room for 6 in the cart?
I have
or
room
how
for
many
5.
would we need? For 5? So we would potentially need 2 or 2 people to share one?
That's about right.
Okay. Lagan, I can go look into that. If you'd like.
Lagan would hand her 2 gold, and an extra horse or 2 wouldn't be remiss. Don't want to wear out this horse here.
All right. Should I accept it and just say, I'll see to it and see if any of the others. I'm pretty small, so even if all we could get was a donkey, that would be fine for me. A couple donkeys, but I'll talk to the others. You don't have any issue with, say, Lagan here. She'll talk back to the merchant. We also have another rather large individual in our company who might be a little on the heavy side. That won't be a problem for your cart. 5, so those 2 and the 3 others.
It might slow us down a little bit, but I think old Phyllis here will be able to make the way. And you see that Phyllis, the horse, is kind of a very powerful build. She's not small by any means, but she's an average sized horse. But you can tell that she's pulled heavy loads in her day.
All right, so Shay will kind of, I don't know if any of the others have kind of moved up to join the conversation or not. But she will go look for, like, head towards where he suggested.
And he does inform you that he's leaving around midday.
She will do it quickly.
Ask
I'd
him
like to
if
roll
there
on
are
flowing kit before we
any shops where we might buy any supplies we might need.
There's
before
certainly,
midday.
yeah, there's certainly supply shops. What were you saying, Kinwin?
sewing kit before we leave.
You want to do what with a kit?
Buy a sewing kit.
A sewing kit. Okay. Easily done. That's going to be 5 silver.
Rune is gonna approach Lagan. And he pulls out his own coin purse. Whoops. Whatever the cost of the horses and rations, I will split it.
Oh. Much appreciated. And then make my way towards the merchant where I can buy supplies of rations and oats for the horse.
Mm-hmm. So oats for the horse I'm also going to count as rations cost.
Okay.
So let's see. I don't have my book open because I wasn't really going to micromanage this, but
you're good. I can find.
But yeah, tally up rations for, you assume 7, because you haven't really had any evidence of whether or not Rune eats.
That's 5 silver. So the horses. Let's see.
Yeah. Going. What kind of nags can I round up for? How much?
Let's see.
Because I was gonna base that off of the. So that's all in the player's handbook. My player's handbook is not handy.
It's like 12 gold for saddle and bit, and then like a riding horse is a lot. So I'm looking at donkeys.
And if you get a donkey and a cart,
Yeah, 75
should be
gold
fine.
for a horse.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I got 22. So
So
I'm definitely in the market for donkeys.
Right.
let's see. 7
We
people.
could probably split the cost for a cart
Uh,
plus the donkey.
You think it's what, 4 days there and back without any time there? Necessarily looking at this rock, whatever.
I was just gonna do it as a flat rate, not a day by day. So.
Oh, okay. What's the flat rate? Sorry.
To purchase a donkey is Shay, make me a persuasion check.
I was asking about the rations, not the horse.
Oh, rations
Yeah.
are gonna be cost
50
7.
21.
21. They'll let a donkey or two go for 7 gold each.
7 gold each. So that'd be 14. Would 2 donkeys and a cart be able to accommodate, say, 2 large individuals if needed?
Yeah.
Well, donkeys can pull about 420 pounds each,
They can, yeah.
and then a cart is an additional 200.
So a cart is like
Or no.
15 gold.
Yeah. No, cart is 200 pounds off of that, but it times their capacity by 2.
So yeah, so if we get 2 donkeys and a cart, I could do that. I got 22 I can give, but I would need a couple more gold. 5 to be specific.
I can throw
I'll
in.
give you.
I can throw in some.
Okay.
So I'm looking at trying to buy rations for getting us there and back to take care of the horses, because I don't think they want to eat my rations.
Let's see.
That's why I was asking about time you think it would be.
For the number of days, it's going to be 2 days there, 2 days back, and whatever time you actually spend at the location. So you're looking at a 5-day minimum, probably.
Okay, so
River. Oh, sorry. Just as a note, River can cast Goodberry. He didn't take it today, but he could take it. Or can when one of us could take Goodberry, so we don't have to pay for rations.
we need something for these animals to eat, though.
I have 10 rations personally.
And the merchant will let you know that he already has rations to cover the trip going there, because he's already kind of factored that in. But coming back, he's not coming back for at least another week after that. So if you want to make your trip back by yourself, yeah.
Is it possible to save some money on a cart by leasing it instead of buying it, since we're going to be back?
With a deposit of 5 gold, yes.
Okay, so it'd be 5 gold now, and then we bring it back. So just 5 gold to lease it?
5 gold to lease it, and he will refund you 4.
Oh, we'll do that. I can cover that, no problem.
I don't know what
Right
anyone
away.
else has for rations, but I'll look at 10 days worth of rations for the mules.
Okay. And let me look up the cost of that.
5 silver.
5 silver? So 5 silver per day?
Oh, it's 5 silver per ration.
Okay.
So that's 20 rations for the 2.
For the 2 of yours, yeah.
Okay.
Because it'd be 2 days there to get there with your merchant friend, and then however many days it's going to get back with you yourselves, unless you're going to wait for him to come back this way.
So what? 20 rations, 10 gold.
Yep.
And I will tell Rune that we're looking at needing 10 gold for the rations.
Just done.
All right. Then that's 10 gold away from the party, and you have 20 rations for the you said it was the horses and the donkeys that you were wanting to get it for?
Yeah. I have 10 days worth of rations for myself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about anybody else.
I have 5. As Shay lets you know when she returns with 2 donkeys and a cart.
Out of character.
Mm-hmm.
If y'all need to understand just how much Rune is not actually in this for the money, 10 gold is precisely all that he had.
And just so everybody,
of us had.
Yeah, you don't
Well,
even need.
I had 20.
Well,
guy
let's talk about
donate.
the rest of us.
You guys are invested monetarily.
I have 2 gold left.
Okay. All right. So Lagon's off getting rations. Shay went to go get a horse or 2 donkeys and a cart to haul your big friends. You have your merchant friend who is willing to allow the rest of our party to ride with him as
Does he have a
as
name?
passengers.
Sorry. It's just
We've gone
proper.
through
She
all of
would
this, and
introduce
now you
herself. Shay would be like, "Hi, yes, my name is Shay. What's yours?"
Let me just randomly generate a name.
His name is Bob.
Hi, Bob.
Just name every miscellaneous character as Bob or Carl.
Yep. Bob, Carl, or Frank.
There
He's
you
a-
go.
He's an
Bob,
elf
Carl,
merchant.
Frank, or Karen.
Oh, elf
Oh.
merchant.
Okay, his name is Eric.
His name is Silveran.
Silveran.
I am Lagan, good sir.
Silveran Aendryr. Aendryr.
Okay, I got A-N-D.
Aendryr.
A-E-N-D. Sorry.
Y-E-R?
No, R.
Y-E.
R is in
R?
Robert. Y-R.
Okay, got it.
Aendryr.
Aye.
Sorry, DM.
Silveran Aendryr. And he's an elven fellow. He's fairly typical build. He's not very he's not very thin, but he's not very portly either. He's kind of mediocre in build, and he's definitely very elven looking. He's kind of aged a little bit.
Shay would like to know if Lagan or Rune will be driving the cart with the donkeys, because she introduces. She's calling them Clipper and Clopper,
Copper.
and she cares about them.
Love it. Love to see it.
Do the animals take too well to me actually getting close enough to them to
Make an animal handling check.
These we own, the cart we are leasing.
Yes.
11 that's 14.
Yeah, they seem pretty well. They seem pretty well warmed up. They seem to be the kind that have already gotten used to people. They're not very shy of many individuals. It looks like they're pretty tame, pretty calm. You occasionally hear them make a little noises, but they don't seem to bother you none, and you don't bother them none.
Guard this cart with your life. We have to bring the cart back, and we own these donkeys. I've paid for these donkeys, so they're with us.
Okay, how big is the cart?
The cart, for lease, it's kind of small. It's kind of got maybe enough room in it for our 2 heavy individuals, but that's really about all the room you have.
Okay.
Are you judging what I was able to do?
No, I'm trying to judge how well I'm actually going to fit driving this cart like you just asked.
Trust me, I got this specifically for you guys.
Lagan can be in the driver's seat, and Rune can be in the actual back of the cart. So there's plenty of room for the 2 of them at least. And Rune can sit comfortably in the cart.
Okay. Just don't stay facing backwards, you might throw up.
Rune doesn't even blink at him. He just I do not have any stops there.
Does one such as yourself actually suffer from motion sickness? Speaking to Rune.
I cannot, nor have I need for rationing. However, I wanted to ensure that everyone was accommodated for the trip. But no, I do not get sickness.
Okay.
Interesting.
Well, store the rations for the 2 donkeys that we have with the cart in the back behind the driver's seat for.
There's like a very small compartment under the driver's seat for that kind of thing.
Okay.
They have names.
Clip and Clop.
Yes.
Got it.
Clipper and Clopper. Respect them.
I'll respect them when I eat them.
How dare you? You better.
That's as much respect as I show for any animal. You do your job, you don't get eaten.
She looks at Kenwin because he's been the most like life aligned out of everybody. She just looks at him pleadingly, like, eat them.
As long as they're healthy and hearty. Fine,
Beasts
but,
of burden are beasts of burden for a reason.
if one of them breaks a leg,
It's food.
it's food.
Put them in a place where they break a leg.
I'm not saying that we will. I'm just saying things happen.
I'm growing more concerned by the minute. And she immediately like goes to Vanya and just like decompresses near Vanya.
Senora, we are teasing
Zephyr's
you.
just gonna give her hand a little lick, like, you're overthinking again.
She will distract herself with Zephyr if Vanya's okay with it.
Lagan will
You're
actually
fine.
take a minute and step away from Clip and Clop in the wagon and walk over and kneel down to Shay. I only jest.
Okay, it's fine. I just, you know, paid. You know, now I'm less. I have less money than I started with, and like I mean for these animals to be with us for a while.
I do understand, but where do you think the meat on your breakfast plate came from?
I mean, I'm hoping like chickens and cows.
Where is that line?
And Vanya's just
I
gonna
mean,
give her,
if
give her a little head pat.
and in fairness, I'd like to stay in that ignorant bliss if possible. So.
Lagan does not wish to disabuse her of the idea that some of the stray dogs from the city may have wound up on that
I'm
plate.
not listening. I'm not listening.
No, I said this is all in my head. Lagan steps away, turns away, and will not disabuse her of that idea, knowing that several stray dogs and possible cats may have wound up because there's fewer than he's noticed a day before.
All good.
That good old everything stew.
You never know. Add a little something every day.
Senora, we tease.
So, Lagan will drive Clip and Clop over to the merchant that we're going to help escort.
And he kind of looks over the donkeys and he judges them to be pretty good. And you know, you got a pretty good deal on those. They look hardy, they look healthy, they don't seem nearly as worn out as some of the other things that this particular stable person has sold, so you probably
Is
got
quietly beaming.
You made off pretty well. And so he's about ready to get going as soon as you all are.
Do we need to load anything into our cart? Or are you all set? Master Andire.
He's he's got everything that he needs in his cart, and so if you all have extra luggage aside from what's on your person, then that would be the only thing that you would load. But if you don't have extra luggage, then it's just the gear that you have on your person.
Okay.
So, but the trip down the cobblestone roads will begin, and the first 25 miles will get you to the nearest little, I want to say, farming village. It's not necessarily a very large place, but this is where you get to about halfway through the night. Even it's probably about midnight that you reach this place. And
oh, sorry.
Unless you have something else to add.
Oh, I just wanted to mention Shay is definitely sitting on the back of the merchant's cart, like watching Lagan, making sure he's not riding or leading Clip or Clop into any potholes.
And
just pointing them out when you see one. Watching.
Yep,
Lagarn keeps a good eye out. He's not trying to maim or make the horses come up lame.
Yeah, no. She knows. She's just she's sitting on the back.
Mm-hmm. And so there's 5 of you, and Rune and Lagan in their own little two donkeys in a cart kind of a setup. It's a fairly uneventful ride, but anyone who wants to, I'm going to allow for a perception check along the route.
$13.
16.
Also 16.
22.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
I had 22.
And 22. Okay. River, you're probably the first one to spot it because you're very keen on being able to see through the trees and being able to look out and see the different things that might pop out of different things. And there's a mixture of trees. There's a mixture of palms and there's a mixture of oaks. It's rather diverse when it comes to the different kinds of trees in this particular island. But as you're kind of going over the hills, because you make your way through cobblestone roads, and it eventually turns into dirt roads, and so but the thing that you see on the side of the road is a bit of a clearing. There is a somewhat large clearing kind of view as you peer through the trees, and you see somewhat large gravestones, it looks like.
There's a graveyard out in the distance. And he'll just kind of point it out for everyone else.
Okay, and that's when all of you would be able to see it as you're kind of driving by on this dirt road, and that's kind of, you spot it. It from this distance you can't really make out any details though. It just looks like there is a gravestone with a statue on top, and maybe another that used to have a statue, but that's toppled over. That's what you can see from this distance.
Lagan will make a mental note of where this is so that when they come back, in case they have time, as something to check out.
But that's kind of as you're traveling along the road, and and it's about midnight when you start coming to this little farming village. But the farming village doesn't seem to have a tavern or an inn. It has a couple of storefronts, it looks like. Maybe some residential places, but otherwise you assume that most people live on their farmland. There's probably only about 6 or 7 houses on along this dirt road, and then the farming village ends. And your merchant friend kind of hops off of the driver's seat of his cart and kind of looks to you all. Well, this is the first stop. I typically, there's not really a place to stay.
Under the cart is, well, as much shelter as most of us would need.
We should be fine.
I mean, is there anyone in the village that's particularly friendly that you've done business with before?
I've done business with everyone here before, but most don't have room. These houses, you look at the houses, they look like they're probably 10 feet by 10 feet on either side. And so anyone who lives here probably spends a lot of their time outside anyway.
Never sleep outside, Sonora?
I mean, not as of yet, I haven't. What time is it?
There's the first time for everything then, isn't there?
It's about
It's a good
midnight.
experience.
Midnight.
Oh, fine.
Oh, you'll be fine. Zephyr's here, for fuck's sake.
It's not a...
We'll make a nice
I'm not-
fire.
I'm not
It'll be
afraid. I'm not
nice.
afraid of the dark. It's just like the dew gets everything wet in the morning. Okay, fine. She hops off the cart and joins everybody else in preparing to sleep.
A little bit defeated.
Lagan will take first watch.
Alright. Lagan, make me a perception check. You've kind of parked the cart off of the road, kind of in a place where you assume that carts have parked before. It's kind of the grass is kind of trodden a little bit. It's not necessarily all that lush green like you've seen around the road on the sides of the road before. But kind of pulling the cart off, all of you kind of lay down under your carts, and Shay, are you being discreet?
Oh yes, I'm gonna use my bedroll. I mean, I'm not gonna I want to be under the cart if I can, but I'm definitely going to cocoon myself as I usually do.
Well, since you usually have extra beds when it comes to inns, or extra blankets when it comes to inns, you have the one that you brought from home. That's all you could carry with you in your gear.
Is the bedroll not enough to completely cover herself?
Well, it is, but you also understand that sometimes these bedrolls can get a little bit... blankets can come off sometimes.
Okay, so she's gonna actually ask the merchant if he's okay with sharing his underside of his carriage.
And because the cart that you all are renting is big enough to maybe have 3 people lay underneath it, and the others got 4, and so 4 or 5 that he can fit comfortably, side by side, and so there is some room. It's definitely tight quarters.
There bushes anywhere nearby, not too far away?
There are. But they would be kind of away from the cart because everything around this little parking spot is a little flat.
So Shay definitely wanders around, struggling to find a place to sleep this evening.
Senora, are you alright?
I need a semi-private place to sleep. Maybe I'm a little weird. Just Vanya understands.
I've gotten used to her quirkiness by now.
So that's a 23 on perception, and as everyone else is getting ready to lay down, again in Giant, you will hear Lagan as he pulls out his holy symbol and holds it gently in his hands in front of him. Through the dark hours of this night, protect and surround us. Melora, forgive the ill that we have done. Forgive the pride that we have shown. Forgive the words that have caused harm, that we might sleep peaceably. Rise refreshed to do your will. Through the dark hours of this night, protect and surround us, Melora.
Senora, do you want to use my bedroll?
I mean, don't you need it?
I'll be okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I really don't want to put you out.
No, I grew up in forest. It's I'm used to outdoors things. You are right.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
You're
I am
overthinking
sure.
again.
Okay, so
Well,
she will
Lord-
definitely take
is
River's
good.
offer and use her bedroll to double up the bedroll to make sure she stays in a complete cocoon.
Lagan will take his bedroll and throw it to Shay as well. He still,
You all
if
know that
anybody,
it
The
gets
merrier.
you all know that it gets pretty cold at night, and with it being midnight now, it's already pretty nippy.
Lagan doesn't care about the cold.
That's fair.
River is going to go around, just gather some sticks and create a bonfire.
Okay.
And if anyone is actually looking, he's still wandering around unshod. His boots are still in his backpack. They are not on his feet.
I mean, as soon as Shay has the bedding material to completely cocoon herself, she is out like a light. She is wrapped up and out until somebody decides to wake her up.
Rune gets to a position that gives him more or less like full sentinel over the carts and the party
Mm-hmm.
and the surrounding area, takes out his wrench and just holds it in front of him, and he just stands there.
And Lagan, you would see that as Rune does this, he does not move over the course of the couple hours that you're on watch.
Does the head move? Do the eyes move? Or just stone still like a statue?
I imagine just his head is moving in just a constant 360, just slowly scanning around like a lighthouse.
That's what I was asking.
No. He doesn't move until the point that Lagan gets up, and then finally he just robotically turns his head to Lagan. If you intend to switch watches at any point, I will happily take the next one.
Of course, by all means. Yes, I do require sleep.
And the eyes have that
Rest.
very eerie glow. It's even more apparent at night. Some cracks in the armor also kind of give off that glow too. It's very eerie.
With that on mind, Lagan will change watch with Rune and find a spot to lie down and try and get some sleep.
Okay. Rune, make a perception check.
17 plus 4 is a number.
21.
21.
I won.
Yeah.
He do be seeing. He is in sentinel mode right now.
Yep. He do be seeing. You watch over the individuals as they sleep under their carts. You're each of them an intriguing specimen of their kind, it seems. Shay having cocooned herself in 3 different bedrolls. River having, and Lagan having shucked off any need for a bedroll at all. Vanya is an odd one. As she's laying there, it's almost like she's in a meditative state instead of sleep, per se. You can almost hear her faintly whispering to herself as she's meditating. Not loudly, but possibly going over thoughts and events and processing things today.
Does it sound like it's in any particular language?
I don't
most
think
likely in Elvish.
And you might not
Rune
be close
knows.
enough to really know it, to know what she's saying exactly.
Yeah, Rune knows Elvish, so if there was anything, he probably recognizes some of the intonation in it, but not necessarily the words at the moment.
Yeah, she's not really speaking out loud per se. It's more of whispered, hushed tones, if she's saying anything at all. She's kind of blankly staring without really having her eyes closed, with having her eyes closed and not, and at various points as you're watching her over the couple of hours. But as soon as Lagan lays down, he's out like a light. He's asleep heavily. And
Just imagine him having just like the slightest snore, like it'll just be dead silent for a second, and then suddenly he'll be like,
you occasionally hear stirring, and then the slight sound of waves, and then that also dies down to
"Waves." Okay.
and a strange thing that you also notice about some things about Kinwin is that his staff, the leaves that were on his staff, have slowly closed over the course of the night, and you're only just now picking up on it because those leaves were open when you last, really had a good look at his staff before, but now they're closed like they are new buds. But your watch concludes with no interruptions. But you too do also need your rest, Mr. Iron Man.
I beg to differ.
Oh.
Our forged do not actually need sleep.
Oh. Well.
Let's see. Let me double check that. Yeah, you don't need to sleep, and magic can't put you to sleep.
Okay. So you...
Literally no one else needs to do the watch ever again.
Eventually, though,
Warforged had like a kind of elf sleep. Like they're aware, but they're still like kind of in stasis.
in a way, yeah. It's you're not exerting yourself. Light activity like reading or having watch, things like that. These are not activities that are going to keep you up for the most, keep you from. these things are not going to exhaust you during the day, especially if you're in some kind of, still motion, kind of not really exerting yourself during the watch. But eventually, Vanya, you're the first one to wake, as you really only need about 4 hours of sleep. So you can be up and about if you'd like.
She's probably gonna get up and get her stuff picked up, back on Zephyr, and then just sit there and get a light tune on her guitar. That's time.
Zephyr is as you get up and start to play on your guitar, he does get up and kind of nestle next to you still, kind of in a combination where he's using part of your bedroll to keep warm too. And River, having made the bonfire earlier tonight, was definitely very helpful in keeping everyone warm. But it is kind of dying down. It might need a little bit more in the way of fuel if it's going to last to the morning.
And when she
As-
notices this, she'll get up and some more fuel for it.
As you go ahead and play, Rune actually steps closer to the fire near you, and you can see that he watches very closely when you pick up your guitar again and begin to play. And then he positions himself right next to you as if he's trying to listen to what you are strumming.
She's just gonna smile and continue playing.
And you notice Rune, his eyes turn closed for a moment, and he just silently listens.
Are you playing anything specific, Vanya?
Nothing specific, just light tune. Nothing that would wake anyone up.
So just kind of a little bit of background noise, kind of a soft tune. Rune, as you're listening, your mind starts to drift a little. You start to think of, where have I heard this tune before? And it's soft, like music from the past. The gentle strumming, a soft voice. Can't make out the words. But as Vanya even lightly starts to sing herself some of the words to this little tune, you're taken back to a place where you remember the last thing she sung. But then visions of collapse and burning and fire and destruction, a sudden explosion. It's as if you're taken aback a little bit for a moment, and you're a little off kilter when you open your shutter-like eyes again, having them go wide for a moment, kind of resetting your balance.
Rune comes to, and his body visibly stiffens, but the grip on his wrench is just lost, and it just falls straight into the fire, handle part in. He lowers his hands and looks at it for a moment before slowly picking it back up.
At that point, Vanya would stop playing and would look up at him like, you okay?
Or
Wrong?
not.
You just dropped that thing into the fire, hun. What happened?
A small lapse. Do not worry yourself.
If you say
We-
so.
He's silent for a moment. If you could, Vanya, please continue playing.
She will.
And as she does so, Rune merely puts the wrench at his side, still holding it, still very motionless. But for a second, he looks at his hand, grips it as if he's trying to feel something, and then returns back to his sentry position.
And the rest of the night passes. And the dawn greets you all with a full night's rest. After a moment, Silveran is gearing up the horses, or the horse that he has, and making sure that everything's still tied down in the cart. Nothing's been moved, since you all were kind of sleeping under it and would have heard any disturbance anyway.
Well, Shay, as per usual, will take her moment in the morning to compose herself before unraveling the cocoon.
And when she does, Zephyr is right there in her face.
Oh,
'Cause
it's the
why not?
best way to wake up.
And as soon as your head kind of pops out of that cocoon, he's in with like a lick on the side of your cheek.
Best dog ever. She frickin' like scratches the side of his face and like
He leans
peels
into
it off and then
He-
immediately like gets up and starts to play with him.
He's all about it. He's absolutely enthralled. If it wasn't for the fact that he's Vanya's dog, Shay, you would think that this dog is in love with you.
It's
He-
fine. He's Vanya's dog, but I'll take every opportunity I can get.
He's just so happy.
At some point, he'll go around and do that to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
As they're starting to get up.
Yep. Making the rounds. Wake up to Dogface. For some of you, you might almost mistake him for a wolf for a moment, but then you realize those kind of subtle features that make a wolf dog more dog kind of click into your mind, and oh, well, this isn't a wolf. He's not a big wolf. He's just a puppy.
I feel like River and Zephyr would like stare at each other for a moment, and then both play growl, like, and then
and he would
he pats him and sends him on his way.
He would do that little bit of a playful hunch where he's like down, he's like kind of down with his butt up, and then kind of jitter around you, and then kind of run away, and then come back.
Yeah, but for a second, the party just hears growling, and they look over, and there's a tiger and a wolf. Something's gonna happen.
Lagan will again go through his morning stretches. It looks like it's combination half Tai Chi, half yoga before he dons his armor.
Yep.
Kinman will also do.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Kinman will also do his ritual, bring the leaves on the Sheriff's staff back from blooming.
Yep. The soft earth. You find a little patch of dirt, and you stick the staff into it. You allow the leaves to come back to their full state, saying the little things that you do when it is that you're meditating, and kind of sitting in front of it with your eyes closed or with them open, and really kind of watch as this almost fully brown staff as it came overnight. The greenery starts to take its green color back, the leaves opening, and the essence of life seeming to come back into this staff, which is a very strange sight to see for all of you. You've never really seen a wooden staff like this ever really come back to life, as it were.
I mean, we all have our secrets.
And River goes to his a little bit of a fencing sort of ritual in the morning.
After Lagan has donned his armor, and before he begins to break his fast with rations, he again in Giant speaks the same prayer he did the morning before. May Melora give you for every storm a rainbow, for every fear a smile, for every care a promise, and a blessing in each trial. For every problem life sends, a faithful friend to share. For every sigh, a sweet song, and an answer for each prayer.
When Lagan is done, Shay is like standing right there with his bedroll, like waiting to give it back to him.
Thank you.
No, I really have to thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then she scuttles off to return Rivers.
Rivers is just practicing some fencing, and he would stop when he saw Shay approach. Did you sleep well, Senor?
I did, and it's really thanks to you and Lagan. I really appreciate it. I don't really know how to thank you like properly, but I will find a way one day. And she hands back.
Well, just let me know if you need it again.
I mean, if we're sleeping out in the wilderness, it might be, but I really don't want to take it from you if you need it. I want that to be perfectly clear.
It was pretty
don't
cold.
trust much of me.
It fits right with the pack, so
It was fine. If I needed it, I wanted to follow.
Oh, thank you again. And then she will mosey back to Vanya and Zephyr.
Lagan will make his way back towards Shay and Vanya as Shay's coming back from River. If you require use of my bedroll, you may gladly. I have no need of blankets.
Well, while I greatly appreciate it, I'm really quite weak. I can't carry it myself.
He's not saying that. He's basically telling you that every night, if you need an extra, he will gladly share it with you. He's not asking you to carry it.
I will 100% accept that offer. Like, I just, it's a weird trope, I know, but like, I just like to be like head to toe, not visible. It makes me feel like secure. It's like a big, hug, basically.
You see Lagan just tilts his head and cocks an eye. Okay.
Like I said, I've gotten used to her quirkiness by now.
We all have them. With due time, we will learn each other's, I am sure.
Yes.
Shakes his head and then turns back around to check the cart and make sure that the donkeys are fed and
Donkeys are
watered
fed.
before we leave.
Donkeys are fed and watered, as there's a little stream that kind of goes through this little farming village. But
And I will take the opportunity to drink my water for the day and refill my water skin.
you are free to do so. So, as a point, you can all take advantage of breakfast and fresh water. And
How many rations do we need to deduce for the travel and today?
just 6, because you had enough food for the day at the Tumbled Wench with breakfast.
Okay, so like 1 for the day of travel and then 1 this morning?
From
Or
each
6
personal
in total?
portion would be 1. Yeah, 6
each
total
each person
for the
is 1.
group.
Okay. I just want to double check. I only have 5, so I want to make sure I'm keeping track
For
of
each
that.
person is 1. Yep.
Okay.
But as the sun begins to rise above the horizon, the merchant is ready to leave when you are.
Yeah. Mount up.
Shay gets her usual spot in the back. She gives Lagan a loving look when he takes care of the donkeys. But yeah, then she pops on the back where she was before.
Lovely clip and clop.
Yep. Clipper and clopper.
Yep. They make happy noises of when they have their food for the morning, and are ready to set off when you all are.
Ready to go.
All right.
Good to go.
And so the the 7 of you plus your merchant friend all kind of mount into your carts, and your animals begin to pull this little caravan that you've made down the dirt road. It's a little rougher than the cobblestone. It's a little it's well worn into the dirt. It's very you get the sense that many animals of burden and many carts have gone down this road, and so it is well worn. The grass is starting to peek up over the edges of this kind of deep groove into the earth. the it's very well used, but you continue down this road, and I need somebody to call a high or low.
Aye.
So Darius, this is your fault if it's not.
Sure.
Better have good luck.
Where are you?
That is low.
Damn it. Darius?
Darius. Why?
So
Always gotta go low, clan low. Always.
I like to implement a mechanic of high or low if something random should happen. As you're kind of moving along, the road is getting pretty bumpy. It's very precarious through this little region, through the hills. You are passing some farmland that's a little less trodden, and the road here seems to get caught up in the weather quite often, and there's no real maintenance of any kind that comes through and makes sure that the road is properly maintained and filled in the potholes, and so I would like Lagan to make an animal handling check. Sorry, what was
Sorry, 22.
22. Thankfully, you're able to steer your two donkeys in a very good way to avoid any of these precarious little holes that have seemed to have cropped up over the course of days without without fixing or anything like that. It's definitely and your cart is able to maneuver around them very well too, and not able to not getting damaged either, as these wooden wheels don't look like they would stand up very well to intense pressure like that.
I almost imagine Lagan getting down off the cart to lead the donkeys through and around this rutted, potholed road.
So it does slow you down just a little bit to get through this little space.
Jay struggles to not leap off the cart to assist him.
The merchant, however, seems to have maybe not seen one, or maybe ignored it a little bit, and his cartwheel takes a little bit of a bump. But thankfully, it's fine.
Very good.
And so, this little patch of the road is going to slow you down a little bit. It's probably going to add a few extra hours to the trip, getting to this crystal jutting out of the hills, at the top of the hills, as you seem to be kind of going in an upward kind of motion, kind of up and down through the hills. You kind of it's definitely getting rough. And if things couldn't get any worse, it does start to drizzle. So it does start to get a little cold.
Is this a covered wagon?
No.
Oh, that is rotten.
It is not covered. The goods that he has are tarped at best. And so the kind of very cold spring rain starts to set in a little bit. And it does get a little chilly. And so
Shay seems far less concerned with that welfare of the donkeys and way more upset at the freaking cold and drizzle.
Lagan will, as it begins to rain, that cool, refreshing rain that he so really enjoys, will reach under the collar of his mail or chain and pull out his holy symbol, and as he raises his head, almost in prayer, let the rain wash his holy symbol as well as him.
Mm-hmm.
I know Shay is watching this action, like, hoping some holy shit is gonna stop the rain, and when it doesn't, she's kind of like, damn.
Oh no! He's
River-
thanking the Laura
yeah.
for the cleansing rain.
Yeah. River is just going to scooch over to Vanya and hold his cape over her.
Yeah.
To just kind of umbrella her from the rain.
I assume our bedrolls are oiled.
Yeah, they're weather protected, so.
Lagan will reach behind the driver's seat and grab his bedroll and toss it over towards the merchant for those that are in the back with him.
Okay.
As added protection. He, again, unshod, leading the horses through all of this rough area, not in the driver's seat.
And it does make the road a little bit more muddy, and so that's.
Lagan just enjoys the squishiness between his toes.
But the merchant kind of calls back to you, Lagan, as you both are the drivers for the carts, and he says, "We may have to stop early because this is going to take longer than I anticipated."
How much longer do you think this will add?
It's gonna add another day. Half a day, maybe.
Are there any spots that are a little more protected from the elements than this, where we might be able to stop and feed the horses?
He is going to do a check, because he hasn't had to make this stop in quite some time. There's an abandoned house down a couple of hours from here where we can stop.
Then I say we push on till there.
It's about halfway between here and there.
If you're sure your goods are protected enough until then I say we push through. I say the rest of you.
Sounds good.
Abandoned house sounds better than this currently.
I mean, an abandoned house which might provide shelter from this torrent, sounds quite well to me.
She says torrent, but it's actually just a drizzle.
This
She
drizzle is
means
a torrent?
Like, it's a torrent to her.
And Lagan says, "This little drizzle."
It's cold and wet and miserable, and Shay feels it, every single bit of it.
Lagan is a very cold-natured person. He does very well in the cold. Will walk over and then take his big mitts and clap them around her head so that she can feel the warmth radiating from his hands.
Ooh, she just nestles into your chest, like if it's actually warm, she's all about that. Like, yes, absolutely.
His
Platonic in
hand,
every way, but if it's inappropriate, she doesn't care.
his hands are warm. His chest will not be, because his chainmail is out there in the weather getting cold.
She backs up, and she's just like, yes.
So Shay has taken up residence in the very tiny space between Lagan's leg and the side of the cart, and his giant hand just kind of resting right up against her head, and
Oh yeah, no shame. If I can find like relief from the rain, from the drizzle, around Lagan, I'm gonna take it.
If she's still wearing her pack, Lagan will remove her bedroll and wrap it around her as she's standing there, and keep keep one hand on her so he can keep the other on the reins for Clip and Clop to lead them as they're going the towards the.
Oh,
the
are we not
house.
done? Because she's definitely in the back of the other cart if we're not done
No,
traveling.
no. We're not done. We've still got a couple hours to get there. But he's just showing you. Yeah, I don't really get cold.
Oh, well, she takes a moment to enjoy this in this minute of reprieve, and then she goes back to her miserable spot on the other friggin' merchant cart.
Well, again, you are still wrapped in your own bedroll that has been.
It is
weathered by-
better. It is better now.
Yeah, we need to push on through before this gets any worse.
Like that. Shush. There is no worse. Shush.
After a couple of
That's
hours,
good.
the drizzle ends, but you're at this little house, and it's already begun to start the nightfall. And the merchant says this leg of the road is a little more dangerous as more and more wild animals are present past this house. So this is off. I haven't had to stop at this little place in quite some time, but it's at least a roof. Half a roof. Oh, it looks like half of it's gone now.
Inspecting this, is there a fireplace or something in the house that hasn't collapsed with the roof?
The whole thing's not collapsed. You do see that, maybe kind of the top portion of the bricks is missing, but there's only maybe a couple places in the grout of the fireplace that are kind of worn, maybe recently due to weather, but the roof collapse might have been more recent than this person has been here last.
Get a fire started, and then go out and take care of the horse and the donkeys.
Shay will come quaintly up to Lagan or you already gave her your bedroll.
Yeah, you already have it around you. You're kind of wearing it like a jacket kind of cape thing.
Then yeah, she'll waste no time as they get settled in to find a place covered by the roof to cocoon for the night. And she says, if anybody wants me for watch, feel free. Just tap me, let me know. Otherwise, I'll see you all in the morning. Good night.
So Lagan's going to brush the donkeys and the horse down for the night and take up first watch again.
Rune approaches him. Lagan.
Yes, Rune. But what do you require?
You've done well today. You've been of great support to the travel and journey. Please take some rest. You need not worry about taking watch.
Is the ground still wet and muddy?
Yeah, it's still.
He's worried about him
Okay.
sinking.
Yeah, not only Rune, but Lagan, because they're of an equal weight, if not equal height. If it's a cool night, Lagan will lay down in the back of the cart that carried Rune and sleep outside underneath the stars. And again, the same prayer that he had said the night before.
Very good.
So,
Very good.
Anya would have made sure that Zephyr had been dried off and then in there before she finally lays down playing a little lullaby.
Oh, but he smells like a wet dog.
Yeah.
Smells to high
So.
heaven right now.
Rune positions himself once again nearby Vanya to listen to the gentle playing and the music. And he will go into sentry mode. And I don't know if you saw it, but I went ahead and threw the comments in Roll20 so you understood what that more or less meant.
Okay. Cool beans.
So I can still make perception checks. It's just
yeah, like I was saying,
play.
like I was saying before, it's light work for you. It's not gonna make you exhausted or anything like that. You're not exerting yourself. You're just keeping an eye out as other automatons that you've come across in your time seem to do. Makes you wonder why you're so strange compared to them.
He takes a moment, and before he does enter sentry mode, there's just a slight second where he holds his hand out, his arm out into the rain, as I throw it into the camera. And Vanya, since you're closest to him, you see him just kind of like moving his hand back and forth as if he's feeling it. Wiggles his fingers out there before he brings himself to the position, as he did the night before.
The little tink noises of the raindrops kind of pressing, like clinking on your armor, only loud enough for you to hear, Rune. Otherwise, the night's fairly quiet. You can feel the rain kind of dripping down as drops start to pool and create those little runs that just kind of roll off of your metal skin. But it does remind you that you are metal and leather and nothing more.
Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Just a robot. An automaton. Just a machine.
Lagon, high or low?
Let's go low.
Tonight is peaceful. A peaceful sleep. You're out quickly. Your mind doesn't race very hard like it usually does. Perhaps it's the very moist kind of ground that your unshodden feet kind of tread through to get to the cart as you kind of settle in to lie down.
Probably reminds me of the deck of the Anbani out at sea.
Possibly. And it's almost as if the mud's comforting. And that prayer that you say at night, as you do every night, just seems to ring a little truer tonight. For some reason. And a gentle lullaby you hear on a guitar from inside lulls you into sleep. A peaceful sleep. Perhaps a blessing, since many nights you find yourself tossing and turning. But you're not restless. You actually get a good night's sleep for the first time in who knows how long. But the day is new. It's a bit cloudy as you wake up. You all have a successful long rest. The morning activities that you usually find yourself in, you do. River, your fencing in the morning. Kinwin, your staff regrows. And Lagon with breakfast, your prayers to the Wild Mother. Feeling as if maybe she cradled you to sleep last night. But it is a new day. And we're going to take a quick break. So, don't go anywhere, everyone. We will be right back with Rebirth, a D&D tale, in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D tale. Our group of adventurers have spent the night in an abandoned and dilapidated house where they nestled in for the night after a arduous battle with the weather, as it created some issues when it came to the muddy road that they were on. But thankfully, upon waking, the day starts off sunny. It is cloudy, but sunny, and it's a fairly warm morning, as summer is quickly approaching now. Your merchant friend, Silveran, he takes the horse and the cart that he has and begins to ready them for getting on the road, giving them their daily ration. So,
Lagan will,
go ahead.
after going through his morning routine, Lagan will do the same thing for Clip and Clop.
Yep, Clipper and Clopper are now fed, and each of you is now fed. You are free to set out as soon as you're ready.
Yep. Shay takes a moment to return Lagan's bedroll back to him. And just says, I really appreciate how much care you're giving to Clip and Clop.
No need to abuse an animal.
Oh, I know. It's just, you didn't have to, and you did. So, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I will help him with anything left that needs to be done for the animals.
Yep. You get them attached to the cart. You get them everything that needs to be collected, pulled back together. Have yourself your rations of dried food, and make your way. Hang on. Did this music pause?
Shay is far more relaxed in the back of the cart as we get moving today. Like, totally seems to trust Lagan now.
Very nice, very nice. She's definitely warming up to you, Lagan.
Okay.
I'm just gonna need to teach you how to play dragon chess.
Does Lagan know how to play dragon chess?
Do you have proficiency in dragon chess?
I do not.
Well, you probably have only learned the basics, but
It's a common gambling game with dice and cards.
Yep.
So
It's a particular favorite of Captain Badger.
I was never really good at it, but I know the basics.
It's okay. It's okay. Everybody starts somewhere.
Just don't rob him of everything he's got, Shay.
I don't do that.
The only thing she'll be getting from me is my blanket.
Which I take with all gratitude. I will pay you back at some point, I promise. You and River I owe immensely.
Lagan doesn't say a word, he just shakes his head.
Vanya, I think I'm making progress.
Jesus. Gives her a head pat. Good job.
Good job making friends. But everything is collected together, and you set out on the road. It is, thankfully, a little drier today in the travel. But would somebody call high or low?
I.
All right.
I mean, anybody can contest. Jesus, don't leave it all on me.
You called it.
That is a high with a natural 20.
Woo! Victory!
Go, Shay, go.
I'm genuinely surprised.
Yes.
Don't count on my luck. This is an anomaly.
Usually high rolls plus nobility does not work in any of Coffee's games.
Well, I'm happy to be the exception.
So, you set off shortly after sunrise, and the travel goes unimpeded. You're not stopped by much of anything. You're just simply enjoying the salty air that comes in from the coasts around this island. You're thankful for the warm humidity that you feel, as the rain has chilled the ground, but now the wet earth is evaporating into a warm sea breeze, and the humidity of it just feels nice. It's nice to have the foreshadowing of what summer would be in these islands. It's nice to know that they do warm up.
What season is it?
It is mid-spring. So it's still kind of cold at night, but these islands are very close to the Antarctic Circle of this particular world. But summer does have its fair share of warmth, but winter also has a fair share of snow. So,
No, Shay doesn't.
yes, snow is definitely a huge factor in the other cities of the Greyorn Empire, but Colcaster seems to be able to fight it off without much of a hitch. Anytime it snows, it doesn't stick, for some reason. But the travel is uneventful. And the sights that you see as you're going up the hills are few and far between. There's very little in the way of trees as you start to go higher and higher up the hills. It's not like you're climbing mountains, really. It's just a sort of hilly section of this particular island. And as the sun starts to get closer to the evening horizon, it's about probably 4 o'clock in the afternoon, as far as it goes, when you start seeing evidence of this crystal in the ground as you start to make your way towards it. And you can see kind of in the distance on one of the hills that you see that are before you, at the top of it is a giant formation of several crystals with just kind of jutting out of the ground, with smaller ones kind of peeking out from the dirt a little bit too. But there's this big cluster, kind of pinkish purple, at the top of the hill. And nearby, probably at the base of the hill, is a little town. It's not terribly large. It's probably, from what you can guess, 10 to 12 buildings with lots of farmland beyond it. Lots of tilled rows of dirt that you see as you're starting to come by, and the road goes from the dirt road to more kind of cobblestones again.
Is this our destination? She'll kind of call back into the rest of the wagon she's on, towards the merchant.
And Silverand will answer you, "Yep, this is it."
Do you know anything about the crystal on top of the crystals around here?
Hadn't bothered to ask. I'm not really interested in that kind of thing. It's just a rock, for all I know.
Rocks are fun.
If you like rocks.
And she kind of quiets down.
If you like rocks, I guess. It's shiny. I mean,
anyone of prominence in this town? Like a mayor or a chief or anything?
I wouldn't necessarily say there's something official like that. They occasionally do have like a town watch, but you know, it's mostly
Nobody.
farmers and their farmers' kids and their children.
Oh, like nobody in charge per se?
Nothing official.
Anything unofficial?
Well, like much as well, like Seameat has a mayor, but I suppose occasionally somebody steps up to, do something that needs official business. When officials are actually in town.
Oh, so there is a person like that?
It changes every time.
Official?
Changes every time there's an official business needed. Just depends on
What
who
if
steps up.
If you had a problem, who would you speak to in the town?
I mean, depends on what kind of problem. I mean, everybody has their job, I suppose.
Well, what if somebody robbed you?
I'd go to the sheriff.
Okay. Well, what do you guys think? Does the sheriff sound like a person to start with?
Good enough places, any.
Master Andrew, does anyone else know more about those stones atop the hill we just passed?
Probably, the people. I'm just here to pick up supplies.
How far are we supposed to escort Mr. Silverin?
He's after he's picked up what he needs from this little town, as far as like goods and supplies and things of that sort. He's moving on.
Right.
And he'd move on the next day.
Okay.
There is a little tavern. It's maybe got a room or two.
When we get to where we would be parting ways, Lagan will say another prayer in Giant for Mr. Anadryer. May the road rise to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face, the rain fall soft upon your fields, and until we meet again, may Melora hold you in the palm of her hand.
I'll be honest, I don't know what you fucking said.
Peace be on you.
I don't know if you
in common.
casting a spell or some shit.
I don't cast spells.
Oh,
I'm sure he has only the greatest of intentions.
well, I didn't understand you, but you know, I don't know that I need to.
It's a blessing where I'm from.
Oh, you are a rather tall man.
Yes, I am.
I don't know that I've ever heard that language before.
I'm not sure what you call it, but it's a common tongue where I'm from.
Oh, and where's that?
Much further east than well, northeast than where we are here, from Ionia.
Ionia. That's a ways away.
Like I said, much further north and east of here than.
Indeed. I mean, the rest of your types I've seen before, but you're a unique one.
I hear that a lot.
Although, come to think of it, I don't mean to be rude. He kind of goes up to Rune. What are you? I didn't see you sleeping at all.
I'm merely... I believe the term in common tongue to be automaton.
Oh, like a jack.
Yes. We'll go with that.
They have jacks in town. They actually help build some of the houses.
Intriguing.
Even till the lands. It's pretty nifty.
I will investigate them.
Well,
Do I know what a jack is?
I would like you all to make a history check for that.
Is anybody open to making a history check?
Oh yeah, everyone
16.
make a history check.
That's gonna be
19.
I know nothing. 6.
17.
20.
Yeah.
20. That makes sense, Rune. It makes sense. You know exactly what jacks are. They're... Rune, you would know... Well, we'll start with Shay's roll, because Shay had a 6. Jacks is a term that you have heard used before, in that it's often comes to referring to manufactured constructs, but that's really about all that you would really know. It's an acronym of some sort, but you have no idea what that acronym even is. You know that the arcane goods makes them, I think, but you're not sure on that anymore. For what did you get, Vanya?
17.
For Vanya, River, Kinwin, what was you?
22.
22. Okay. And for the rest of you, you would know that yes, they're automatons, but primarily they're given orders through arcane means. They're kind of self-contained in that you can command them to do something and they will listen to your command. You can have them, like the merchant was saying, till the earth, to build a house, to functionally do any task that their body mass would allow them to do. And since they're primarily made of metal and made with arcane means, that they could be even built for specific functions. The kinds of jacks that you might have come across in the past have always been have never really had a humanoid form, though. There may be one or two that you've seen in the past that had sort of a humanoid form to them, but most of them are self-propelled machines, where they have wheels, where they have bodies that are meant for the task that they're doing. It's rare that they would have a humanoid shape unless they're meant to do something that only a humanoid would be able to do, such as have articulated joints and other such things, but none are ever as complex looking as Rune. You've never seen one that complex looking. If it has hands, it has pincers. It doesn't have articulated fingers. But Rune has articulated fingers.
Opposable thumbs?
Whole hand.
Yep. And jacks typically don't. Even those in humanoid form. For those who got 20 and above, the one thing that you would know is that they're of gnomish design.
At least it makes sense to Rune.
That a particular gnome named Gaspard Broken Branch, especially after the collapse of magic in Mesotopia, was a particularly notable name in at least the Mesotopia region for getting these kinds of things functioning again.
Bard what?
Gaspard Broken Branch.
Broken. Okay.
All right. That's what you know about jacks in general.
So are we stopping here at this village?
Yes, this is my next stop, so I will be resupplying here, and you're free to do as you like. You're heading up the hill to the crystal rock thing?
Yes.
Yeah, something like that. I'm not sure. I imagine this village is where we'll part ways, and she'll kind of look at everybody else for confirmation of that.
That's indeed that's why Lagan said the prayer for Master Ann and Dryer, whatever.
Doesn't mean whatever.
Yep. And I'm gonna be getting supplies and heading back to heading south, further south. It's another 3 days journey for me anyway.
I see.
Does he himself have any interesting wares on his person, or is it mostly just produce? Is he mostly just a produce merchant?
You see a little bit of everything. He's got tool sets. He's got some produce, though most of it's, getting a little older at this point. It's not necessarily very fresh anymore. He has some textiles and a couple of other things. There's not a whole lot here left in the cart.
I was just curious.
If we're still here when you return, we'll escort you back to town.
Oh, I'm
If
going
not-
south. If you're going north, I'm not going anywhere near there just yet.
That's not what I said. What
Oh.
I said was, if we are still here when you return,
Oh,
heading back, we will do our best to escort you back safely.
oh, right. Well, it's probably going to be at least a week for me.
We have no idea how long this will be for us.
Sorry,
Andrew,
Go ahead.
your time is valued. Thank you for your company.
Of course, I'm happy to have assisted you, and I'm glad that you've assisted me, and I wish you all well.
Safe travels.
And to you
Indeed.
too. And as you part ways, the 7 of you are left to explore this town of about a dozen dozen home-sized houses or buildings. One of which looks like it's a tavern because there's a sign on the outside. There's a sort of a rather large chimney and furnace attached to another one. You assume maybe a blacksmith.
Rune's gonna beeline for the tavern. As soon as Andrew takes off, he just.
Is there one
He
that
is
looks
right
like it's
behind
marked
him.
out for the sheriff?
Vanya's right behind him too.
Oh, Lagan was doing what?
Lagan is looking to see if there's a building marked out for the sheriff.
Make a perception check.
17.
You can see that there is a building that doesn't seem to have any windows. And there is a single guard kind of walking the street, it looks like. He's wearing leathers, has a spear in his hand. He looks like he would otherwise be wearing regular common clothes, aside from maybe the leather vest.
While they make their way to the tavern, Lagan will make his way over to the sheriff. Where he assumes there's someone in the building for that position.
And there is a door, and do you knock on it? Do you just open it up?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Lagan knocks.
And the person that steps out, you see, is a tiefling gentleman. He's rather strong build, kind of pointy horns, ruddy skin. He's got when you look and his tail is a spade shaped, which is unusual because the one tiefling that you know, Darius, has a tuft of fur on the end of his tail. And from the look of him, it looks like are those hooves? But he's in, it looks like a rather sturdy looking metal breastplate. Can I help you?
Yes, I'm new to town. I was sent to look into the rocks on the hill before town.
Hmm.
Do you happen to know anything about them?
Well, most everything that I know is, and he'll let you know that that they're they seem that the largest formation seems to speak, that lifting every chunk of it seems to weigh far more than it should, and give you basically the rundown of what you know, uh, what what um, what Orman had told you.
Yeah.
I haven't been up there myself, but it's just a landmark.
Do you know anyone from town that has been there?
Not of recently, no, but I don't know. Uh, there's some older folks in town. Maybe I'm usually posted here because you know, occasionally we have ruffians we need to wrangle up.
My apologies. I just assumed if there was any issue, uh, people going up there going missing or not coming back quite right. You may have heard. That's just trying to find what information I can.
I have heard that the trails leading up there, not that they're very deep trails anyway, but the trails up there are a little bit precarious when it comes to monsters as of late.
Hmm.
But you know, that's
Now,
per.
when you say, sorry,
Oh, I was just gonna say that's per usual about this time of year.
now, when you say they speak, is it sentient and logical, or is it nonsensical and
I've heard both, so I couldn't tell you for sure.
I thank you, sir. And Lagan will turn to meet up with everybody else in the tavern.
And when all of you get to this tavern, it is tiny. It might even be a little bit smaller than the Bilgewater. It's got one table, one bar with a bartender. It looks like it has a ladder leading up to a second floor. And that's where you guess maybe a communal room for rent might be.
Bartender. Is there a proprietor in the building?
Yep, he's there. Kind of looks like he's cleaning a glass. Got an apron around his waist. He's another beast folk, but he's got kind of a rounder face and a full kind of mane, rounder ears than than your friend River.
Is he a bear?
Lion.
No, more a lion.
Lion, okay.
He's
Fine.
his tail kind of looks like it swishes behind him back and forth a little bit as he looks up at you, and kind of cocks his head, sets the glass he was cleaning down on the table or on the bar, and just reaches behind him at the shelf and just pulls something, sets it in front of you. Drinking?
No. Perhaps my compatriots. But I have other needs.
All right.
Looking for information on the point of interest upon the mountain. The large crystalline structure.
Oh, that thing. Damn, I haven't been up there since I was a kid.
It's been here for a long time.
It's been here. It's been here longer than this island has, I think. Rumor, or at least the tales tell.
Let's see. What other tales are there?
Well, it's ancient. It speaks. You ask it a question, it'll tell you an answer. Whether that answer is actually right or even logical, kind of depends on the person, I guess. But it's it can get a bit spooky. It's a kind of a it's kind of one of those things that you do as a kid to show your friends that you don't know fear. Especially at night.
Gesture of courage to approach it.
Yeah, in a way.
Does it exhibit unusual behavior at night? Or is it just as is?
It's just spooky. It's the kind of things that'll scare a kid, but it's just a rock, really. When when you really think about it, getting older, not a glowing, speaking rock. What's so harmful about that? It's just spooky for kids.
Rim kind of analyzes this situation a bit. He's processing what kind of questions to seek out next. But before he continues with his questions, he turns to the rest of the group. My compatriots and I are tourists.
You come to this dump of a town?
We're interested in visiting the structure.
Oh.
How long of a travel is it to reach?
A couple hours. On the good trails. I mean, people hike up there, for hiking purposes when they want to, but we have young kids who go up there and climb the hill a little bit every now and again, but as far as like getting all the way up to the main structure, that big one up at the top, that's a couple hours on top of that. The trail's a little rougher. It's not really exactly marked out.
But you do know a trail
half a day
might prove difficult. Perhaps you know a route that might be of best decisioning to get there.
Like I said, I haven't been up there since I've been a kid, so the trails may have grown over for all I know.
Rune looks down at the table, bottle placed in front of him. He thinks for a moment. I see.
You taking the whole bottle? It's 5 silver.
If Lagan is there, he'll throw a gold down.
That's kind of rich.
Bring another one.
Alright. And he pulls another. Seems like a second bottle. This bottle's different, though. It looks different. It's rounder, where the other bottle that Rune was given was flat. And he sets it in front of you. This'll get you shit-faced. You especially, Mr. Tall Man.
Lagan will open his pack and carefully wrap this bottle and stick it in his pack. What is this?
It's called Siren's Kiss.
Siren's Kiss.
And
nothing foreboding about that name.
and
Nothing at all.
it is some strong shit. You may have overpaid for the other Bilgewater shit.
I assumed as much.
Consider that, you know, something to entertain you. As you do not look like a lightweight at all.
Not normally.
Yes, you a sailor by chance?
Aye.
Yeah, don't get many sailors around here.
What give it away?
Your kind of crusty old skin.
Fact, I don't wear shoes.
Oh, that too.
Yeah.
We don't get tourists around these parts. You guys are rich from standards around here, so much appreciated. He takes the gold coin and goes ahead and pockets it.
Yeah, I assumed I was being overcharged for whatever's in front of Rune there, but a flash of gold actually usually gets service and something decent to come with it. Well, I doubt we'll find any here that know any more than the keep here, or the sheriff. Y'all want to try and make our way up there, see what we can find out?
Spoke with the sheriff already.
Of course. I assumed if anything nefarious or hinky going on with that crystalline rock, he'd be the first to hear about it. So, other than the regular travels of the beasts and monsters in the area, nothing that he's heard.
Rin looks back at the barkeep. Do you know of local species that we should be aware of when we make our journey?
Well, I get it that you guys kind of look like city folk otherwise. So you're not used to animals getting giant in size. Am I right?
Not the same folk.
Kinda.
Hoping to be
Tiny bit.
somewhat. We are intending to be prepared as best we can.
Well, in that case, then you're gonna want to look out for the giant snakes.
Do they camouflage themselves at all? Or are they easily seen?
They're pretty well camouflaged into the ground brush. They're pretty green in color, and there's a lot of greenery up there. So just be on the lookout for giant snakes.
Noted.
Got
Your time is appreciated.
They got a mean bite. If you get bit, you're probably not gonna make it.
Keep
If
that in mind.
they are quite common around here, is there no antidote?
It's more that there's kind of a nest up there in the large structure. It's probably why a lot of people don't go all the way up anymore. And
No. But no antidote for poison.
sorry, what?
If the snakes are poisonous, there is no antidote in this town.
Well, manufacturing an antidote is something that I think a visitor did once, but we don't exactly have a brewer to make a bunch up at a moment's notice. I mean, you could certainly go visit the shrine and see if one of uh, one of the uh, one of the followers of Palor actually have you know, healing abilities or poisons or things of that sort. But I don't know how skilled he is, if I'm honest. I mean, it's just a shrine to the Allfather anyway.
Might prove useful to check if he has any resources regardless. Rune holds out his hand. My name is Rune.
Malpheus.
Rune gives him a firm grip. Once again, Malpheus, the information and your time is appreciated.
I have a question on spellcasting.
Yes.
For clerics, if you don't have the spell prepared, but you can cast it as a ritual, does that still...
No. Sadly,
you have to have it prepared?
Sadly, with clerics, you do have to have the spell prepared if you want to use the ritual component.
Okay. Just curious.
That's only available to wizards because they have spell books.
Okay.
If there's ever a lull in when like the group is eating or drinking, not talking to the barkeep, I'd like to take an opportunity to talk to him just about, you know, like mostly about his potential sleeping arrangements. But also I'd like to use Thieves' Cant to see if, like, while I'm talking about the general day and accommodations, how, if basically there are any under the table business associates in town.
Okay.
If he even understands Thieves' Cant.
High or low?
Low.
You start making little taps on the counter. You kind of draw letters in with your finger. You kind of make little whistling noises that to some people might seem like an odd tick. But he doesn't seem to pick up on it.
All right. I'm assuming, just because as a player I know Darius is a rogue, that Darius knows what I'm doing. But what are the accommodations like? Because that is a serious question.
Yes, it is a single communal room with bunks, and that's the best he can do.
Time is it?
It's probably about sunset now.
Huh. Does he know of any friendly farmers that are hospitable?
He is... Make a persuasion check. He kind of folds his arms as he's looking at you, He's kind of cocks his head, his kind of tawny mane kind of furling down his shoulder a little bit. I don't know that anybody's just gonna take in just anybody. But you could ask.
I mean, so who would be the best like who's like let's just in theory, if I had say a gold piece to contribute, who would be the most hospitable?
Me.
Hmm.
I'm the one with the room.
Yeah.
Uh,
Hmm.
I mean, you could always share mine.
How much is the
appreciate it,
communal
but
room?
no.
I mean, it's 3 copper pieces a bunk.
3 copper a bunk. Okay.
Hey, can I inside check his comment
Sure, go for it.
about sharing his? I want to see if he's just honest or if he's implying fade to black nonsense. My dice are not taking comedy this evening. 13 again.
There's a wink of both.
She just looked disparagingly around the room.
At that point, Vanya is just going to grab her shoulders and pull her away. Oh.
You said it's getting on to sunset now?
It is, yeah.
7. Let's see, that's 30. 21. Oh, how many bunks do you have?
I have 8 up there. There's 2 by 2 and there's 4 sets.
Okay. Well, there's 7 of us, so at 3 copper apiece. You're what?
I'll make you a deal. 2 silver, you have the whole room.
I put my last gold down, expecting change.
And he pulls out a small bag and starts fishing out for some change for 8 silver.
I would like to attempt to sleight of hand a gold piece into Lagan's pocket.
From your own stash?
Yes.
Make a sleight of hand check.
If I can. If I can.
Lagan, make a perception. No, I'm going to do your passive perception, actually. What's your passive perception?
15.
16. 14 plus 3.
You slip it into his pack, and it doesn't seem like he notices.
Did I notice?
Just follow Vanya.
Did I notice her put it in there?
Make me a perception check, Darius.
19.
She's being sly, but it seems like she's not taking money. She's putting one in.
Okay. I'm gonna, as soon as she's done and walks away, I'm gonna try and take it back out.
I won't be distracted at that point, so
That's true. So Lagan, active perception, and Darius, sleight of hand. This is an opposed roll.
And my passive is 13.
Ace only feels entitled to do this because they're friends.
okay. 18 plus 5 is 23.
Whew. Darius?
25.
Ooh. Ooh.
Battle of the Giants here, Jesus.
And
Lagan reaches for the hand as soon as he feels it, and just grabs.
you got a 25. Darius got a 26.
Oh, damn it!
So Darius, with you're tempted to flourish. You're tempted to magic hands flourish it, but you don't. You sneakily pull it out, sneakily put it back into your pocket.
Adding that to the sheet now.
But that being said, you have paid for the whole room. He points you to the ladder. As soon as you're ready to tuck in, I will shut the hatch and I'll close up shop.
Lagan is gonna step outside to take care of the mule's clip and clop for the evening.
Do you have any problem with animals being up there?
Up there? How in the hell are you gonna get up there? It's a ladder.
And we've got Tall Man.
Lagan has just been volunteered.
Voluntold.
I don't exactly. He kind of looks out the door a little bit, sees that that you have two donkeys.
Not them. She's gonna motion, down toward the ground near her.
Oh, the dog. Right. How well trained is he?
He's very well trained.
He's not gonna start making noises, start fussing about having to use the restroom out in the middle of the night, is he?
No.
No
Alright.
worse than any of us.
Well, if that's the case, there is an outhouse out back, so.
It should be a problem.
Alright. Yeah, your four-legged friend can stay in the room, That's but I'm not cleaning up shit.
Don't have to.
I have to do that enough down here.
I can
So-
just imagine.
And you see
Yeah.
that another person starts walking into the bar. The usual, Malphus. You hear somebody calling. It's an older gentleman, human. He's kind of just flops onto the bench at the table, and Malpheus goes to grab a cup and a half-gone bottle of liquor of some kind. Starts pouring, and says, "Excuse me," and goes to give this drink over to that gentleman.
So River is going to look at the ladder and then at his cape. And after Malpheus is done pouring that man a drink, he just kind of steps over. So you mentioned sharing the room.
Um,
Hmm.
Are you? It's not the same offer. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Oh, poor River.
Look. I like girls.
Let's do it.
Okay. But why?
Well, few reasons. You are a very handsome man. Also, He just kind of gestures to his arm, or he'll move the cape a bit and show him the injuries.
Oh.
I am not easily getting up that. I
Oh.
can, but would prefer not to.
Shit. Now I'm somewhat feeling bad for not having accommodations.
Fine. Like I said, I can still get up there. It's just not the easiest.
Are
Okay.
you cool with a bedroll on the floor then?
Yes, that would be fine.
I mean, you could sleep down here if that's the case. I mean, I'm gonna lock up shop here in about an hour or so, because nobody really stays and drinks here after dark.
So that works.
Did we get a refund on the bunk?
More to giving you a discount, buddy. Don't push it.
Shay has never reconsidered being female so strongly ever.
Well, I've got a drink to give to that gentleman, and then we can get you all drinks.
Speaking of that gentleman, can I take him his drink?
Can
Do
if
you
you
a favor. You're terribly busy, after all.
can if you want. Wouldn't call this busy. It's you, Seven, and him.
I know, but there's 7 of us. That's quite a handful. You just don't know it yet.
Be my guest.
And Shay would like to take the drink to Malpheus.
Malpheus is the lionel, the lion tabaxi. The person drinking, you haven't learned his name yet.
Oh, okay. So he was saying Malpheus will take the usual.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, so yeah. I'm gonna go talk to that guy.
Okay. And he's a
I
bit
just
of
get
a
to know who he is.
he's a bit of a grizzled fella. He looks like a hardworking man. He looks he's awaiting his drink. He's got looks like a notebook and a pen that he's kind of scribbling something into. And
Boys, are you a writer?
Ryder? Do I look like a rider to you? Is that my
I
drink?
mean, you have a notepad. That is your drink, yes. You're
Cool.
welcome.
Refill, miss.
He'll go and refill it.
And he goes
And then
back.
come back and ask him the same question. So what are you writing if you're not a writer?
What's the matter to you?
I'm a curious sort, that's all.
Make me a persuasion check.
17 plus 6.
Ooh.
18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. He kind of slits his eyes at you a little bit, trying to read your intentions. If you must know, it's daily counts. What, can you not read common?
I mean, I know several languages, so they kind of get muddled up together. Plus, I'm not, like, really inclined to, like, be a snoop. I'd rather ask directly. Because if you don't want to share, you don't have to.
You must be nosy, because people around here gossip like a bitch.
Well, I'm kind of interested in that gossip. Like, me and my friends are here to check out that big crystal on the hill, and we don't know that much about it. So if you have any local gossip on the subject, I'd love to hear about it.
Well, it's spooky. I personally don't like spooky things. I tend to avoid it myself. So if you're looking to maybe, I don't know, get spooked, scary stories that you tell in the dark, that kind of shit, ask it questions about life and everything, and it's just,
I mean, I'm not sure any of what we do matters, so I don't know about the question of life. But, is there anyone who goes there on the regular in town?
not really. It's probably the closest thing we have to a tourist attraction. Everybody goes up there when they're kids and then don't go anymore after that because they
anyone
realize how
not
silly
come-
it is.
I mean, it's silly as a matter of perspective, but has anybody never returned?
Everybody who's gone up that hill has come back. But I hear it's overrun with monsters now, and I'm more inclined to sticking my foot right here in this bar after a hard days of work, and you're a pretty girl, but I'd rather not be bothered.
I mean, fair enough. So you count sheep or cows? Or
Sheep.
corn? Are
Sheep.
they particularly, difficult?
No? Why, you want to be a shepherd now?
I mean, I just don't really know that much about the subject, and I terribly love learning.
Kind of looks over to the rest of the group who's maybe taking up residence at the bar when it comes to their seating. You're city folk, ain't ya?
I mean, yes, but what does that have anything to do about it? Just because I might come from the city doesn't mean I'm not interested in country living. After all, I am here versus in the city.
Right. That explains why you don't know nothing about shepherding.
Well, I mean, everybody has their task just because I don't know about shepherding. But I do know how to have a good time with a particular game called Dragon Chess. So if you're looking to decompress, I can maybe help you in that regard if you're interested in learning a new pastime.
He's gonna insight check you. Make me a... Because Dragon Chess isn't the reason that you want to talk this person up, do you?
Nope.
Make me a deception check.
I want to learn everything about this dang town that I can. What is it? Persuasion?
Deception.
Deception. 10, 11, 12, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15?
He got a natural 1. So, he is essentially eating out of the palm of your hand at this point. And he kind of looks you over and is like, Alright, you wanna... I see. You've got a genuine interest. You look like an animal person to me. You may be city folk, but, if you're that interested, and I might be interested in playing a game or two of Dragon Chess, how good are you?
I mean, I like to think I'm modestly okay. I'm not so good as to, beat the pants off of anybody, but I like to think I'm fair at it.
Alright.
And I promise I won't take any of your hard-earned money. That's not. I just like a good game.
You got a set?
I think so.
Usually with proficiency with a game, I usually allow for the character to have a set on their person.
Okay. Then yes.
All right. You set us up. And so the way that we're going to run this game is it's going to be a best 2 out of 3. It's going to be a d20 plus a skill, which I'm going to call for, plus your proficiency modifier. So, in the first point of this game, I'm going to make this somewhat like an insight check with your proficiency. So you're going to make a wisdom check with your proficiency modifier to kind of gauge.
So it's just a straight wisdom?
Yep, wisdom plus proficiency. To gauge where he's at with the game and where you're at with the game.
6.
5.
Oh. So we're both not fantastic, but I'm better. I won.
You are finding it a little easier to read his moves than he's finding it to read your moves. The next check I'm going to call for is a charisma plus proficiency.
Ooh, that I'm better. 22.
That'll be 16 for him. So you're beating him. He's
like, my goal is not just to beat him. I want to be good-natured about it. Like, I want to make him feel good about himself.
Oh, of course. You're being a good sport, but he's again finding it hard to read your moves. As this, this is a game about strategy. This is a game that requires both a smart and perceptive player behind the game. So the next one is going to be an intelligence check plus proficiency.
Okay. 16.
12. So you are able to successfully win. By a landslide.
Over the course of this, I mostly just want to build a rapport with this man, and anything he rants about, his daily work, I want to pay attention to. Basically learn about the people in this town or anything like that.
And over the course of the conversation, you get an idea that this town is a sleepy town. It's not necessarily all that bumping at night, even with a tavern. And he's got some personal beef with the cow herder that's up the road. There's some family something or other going on there. He's not really getting into the details of that, but he's warming up to you, and even with you taking all of his pieces and having most of yours left, as far as the chess game goes, he's a good sport about it, and he's smiling like he's enjoyed a good game. You learn that his name is Alfred.
Yes. And of course, she'll introduce herself as Shay. She's not going to get crazy with a whole name. She's just going to say Shay.
Mm-hmm. But Alfred he informs you he's married, that he has 2 kids, and they're also on the sheep farm, and that the farm is About an hour from here.
All right. Well, we're all set and done. I would like to try and, from my own personal stores again, slip one of my gold coins into his pocket for him to discover at a later date.
Okay. Make me a sleight of hand check.
My dice have not been kind.
It would be about this time that Lagan comes back in.
21.
He doesn't seem to notice. Lagan? What's doing what?
It'd be about this time that Lagan comes back into the tavern.
And you see that Shay has wiped this gentleman clean when it comes to dragon chess. She's won by a landslide, and you have no idea why this guy's laughing so much, but he seems to be having a good time.
I'll walk over to Shay and whoever she's playing with. Good evening.
Hi.
Hi.
Lagan, would you like to play? Alfred, this is my friend Lagan. He's traveled with us. He's an absolutely great guy. Has shared his he's a great fellow.
Yeah. Is there a open seat anywhere at this table?
And it's benches, so you can sit next to Shay if you wanted.
Yeah, I'll sit down next to Shay. Evening, Alfred, and extend a hand.
And he reaches out his hand, and he's, yours is about twice the size of his. But you definitely know that they're calloused hands. They're hard-working hands. That there's no gentleness behind that skin.
Right.
I'm gonna go refill Alfred's drink, by the way, when Lagan sits down.
Well, when I sat down, Lagan takes off his pack and then pulls out the bottle of the Siren's Kiss.
City folk
Would you
indeed.
mind getting another glass, Shay?
Oh, no problem. I live to serve. And she gives a bow and goes and gets another glass.
Meanwhile, what are the others of you doing?
Having not necessarily joined the others, but staying at the base of the ladder in the sentry position. As the day began, Rune went to pulling out his journal again, and he very quickly starts to try and jot down some words. And the words he's jotting down happens to be the song that Vanya sang the last couple of nights while strumming her guitar. What were those lyrics? If you had a reference for a song.
Don't think I actually had one.
It was kind of a lullaby, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's softer.
So
If you ever think of any, let me know.
So, you have the elvish words that Vanya sang as a lullaby for very softly that night in the
Right.
in your book.
He writes it in Elvish very fluently, closes the journal, puts it away before anyone else notices. And he is going to more or less just wait for everyone to join and watch them as they continue about their business, join everyone once they enter the bar, wherever they're at.
Well, everyone is kind of in and around the bar right now because it is the evening. It's getting close to night, and so turning in is probably going to happen very soon. But what is River, Kinwin, Vanya, and Darius doing?
Vanya's probably tuning the guitar a little bit.
River's probably just having a drink, maybe talking with the bartender, just casual things.
Oh, okay, okay.
Everything sounds good, yeah.
All right. Darius, are you doing anything specific?
I'd get a drink at the bar, and are there like windows to see out?
Yeah, there's windows to see out.
I'd probably just kind of be looking out the window, in my cups, drinking, in my feels.
What you thinking about, Darius?
Home. Mesamaska. Before. Hell.
Your mind starts to wander, kind of gets lost in the clouds. Kind of the same kind of clouds that you would see over Mesamaska. You haven't been there in, what has it been? A few years now?
At least 4 or 5, probably going on 6.
This town is so much smaller than Oldport.
Just keep drinking.
Your thoughts of home. What's the things that made that place home?
Those things aren't there anymore, and that's why I'm here now.
That's because Helathena's gone, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thinking about her, she was tall. She was lively. Fiery orange hair. She would love this place. She's always liked the small town feel. And the tapping and ticks of thieves' cants. You learned them for her. That's why you know what Shay was doing.
If Shay's still down there and paying attention at all, just like almost subconsciously in Thieves' Cant, I've tapped out. I'm sorry.
I mean, between what Shay is doing, if she catches that, she'll kind of look at him a little strangely, like, what are you saying? And then she'll kind of go back to her business.
But the night will conclude. Those of you who are deep in your cups, do so, walking up that ladder wobbly. This elderly gentleman goes home. Shay, were you intending to go with him?
No.
Oop, I think I'm losing Shay.
A room, like a private room during the course of the conversation.
We weren't getting
Otherwise,
we weren't getting what you were saying. You were derping out.
oh, sorry. Like, he has like offered offered a room, no. But if otherwise she just wants to let him know, be safe, good decisions. When he leaves, like, definitely wants to build rapport with this man.
He's pretty deep in the sauce, and he's a little stumbly, but he's definitely assures you that this isn't the first time that he's walked home, and that, but other than that, he doesn't offer you a place to stay.
Does he want an escort home?
Nah, I'm fine. This ain't the first time, and the old lady's gonna be kind of mad, but it's fine. You don't need to see that. That's fine.
I mean, I might be able to help.
No. Don't worry yourself over it. It's fine.
Okay,
And
well, Alfred, we'll be here for a little while, so, I'll be sure to stop by and say hello, and, it's been a wonderful evening with you.
you too, Shay. And don't do something stupid. And he starts to walk out of the bar.
Never, Alfred. Never, I assure you.
But any patrons that are not yourselves have left for the night.
Does Lagan know that River is injured?
Make a perception check.
He's injured? Oh, no.
That's gonna be a big no.
You have not seen his arm. He
That
has
1 plus
kept
5
his
is
cape
6.
Yep. Nope. He keeps that one arm under the cape, but you're not entirely sure why.
And Shay returns to Vanya after Alfred has left and just says, I really do love getting to know the common folk. You can learn a lot from them.
Yeah, you can.
Like, for example, I know that Alfred has beef with the local cow herder. I don't know if that's important or not, but in case it is, we are aware.
You would think the cow herder would have beef.
You hear Malpheus just cackling in the background.
Yes, that is very true. Yes, the cow herder obviously has beef. Man, Vanya, like, I am reminded of how much I enjoy your companionship in this very moment.
Well, I appreciate that. Shay, how much have you had to drink already on?
I mean, not that much. I mostly got, like, Alfred his drinks. I've had a sip or two. I mean, I'm only about 100 pounds soaking wet, so it doesn't take much. But I think I'm totally in my right senses.
Are you sure about that?
I mean, I'm pretty sure. Lagan, do you think I am 2 sheets to the wind more than I think I am?
Think I should be down at the bottom of the ladder just in case.
I am somewhat insulted. And just to prove it, I will ascend this ladder without issue. And I will attempt to climb the ladder to the top, to claim the corner of the bunkhouse if it is not already claimed, if one of the 4 corners are not already claimed.
Yep. And these bunks are kind of set up in a line because they had to make room for places for people to put their things for the durations of their stay. And so this bunkhouse has the bunks kind of facing into the room on one side, kind of one right after the other in 4, and then there are shelves on the other wall that are bare. There's no one else staying here, and you are free to take the corner bunk, top or bottom.
Is there anybody else up here in the loft, essentially in the bunk loft?
Not as
like
yet.
any other common folk? How many bunks are there? If there are more than 7, and they are not occupied, I would like to steal whatever fabric I can to attempt to create as private a possible space in this corner as possible.
Well, there's a top and a bottom to the bunks, and then there are 4 sets of bunks, so there's 8 places to sleep in total.
Okay. I do not have a thieves' kit, so I do not have pitons. But I will try and arrange the most private corner as possible. And then I will curl up and go to bed.
And while she's doing that, Vanya would just look up at Lugan. You lift him up there. Pushing the Zephyr.
Sure.
Thank you.
Zephyr's
Or
a
is it?
Zephyr's a 50-pound dog, and it's only about a 1-story climb, so it's not too hard to get him up there.
Lagan would climb the ladder with Zephyr under his arm as carefully as he can, and when he's close enough to be able to reach up and
Just hoist him. Yeah.
put him up inside, and then climb up after.
Zephyr immediately runs to Shay's kind of pillow fort and jumps in.
Never! You are best doggo, yes you are!
As I get up there,
Vanya's just
I'll
shaking
move-
her head as she climbs up, hearing Shay.
I'll move to the
Very
side, remove my pack, and give Shay my bedroll.
Lagan, you are the absolute best. And she will accept it without argument.
Darius, you're a little sloppy drunk.
Yeah.
So getting up
It's
that
a little-
ladder might be a little bit sloppy. So I'm going to need you to make a a constitution check.
Dun dun dun!
Don't roll a 1 like I did.
It wasn't a 1, but that's a. Let's see, that's
Is it a
a
2?
3 plus 2 for a 5.
Oh, 3 plus 2.
Ouch!
You're finding it a little hard to keep your balance on this particular rung of stairs, and you slip off a little bit. You don't fall, you don't take damage, you're
Let me
just
tell
dazed.
you something about. Yeah. Yeah. Continuing to climb. Trying.
And the rest of you see that he is sauced.
Rune makes note and just watches him right below the ladder to make sure that he doesn't, like, fall and get hurt or anything, but he holds his hands up like this. Like, you got this, buddy. And then once he sees that Darius is safely up, then he's just like, okay, that didn't happen.
And Malpheus, he is kind of watching as all of you go upstairs, and he says, like I said, outhouse is in the back. I'm going to lock the front door. The back door is going to have a latch. If you need to use it, just unlatch it. Just latch it back when you were back inside.
As Lagan is getting ready, he again says his nightly prayer.
And
This time, as he's doing it, when he's done, Shay would like to ask him what he's doing. Just like, Lagan, I don't mean to be intrusive, but I can't understand a word of it. But I'm curious what you're doing every night.
Same thing I do as in the morning,
Okay.
saying
Well,
my daily prayers.
if you don't mind my asking, what is your religion? religion isn't super prevalent where I come from, and I'm curious.
Is Lagan considered an acolyte, or
You wouldn't necessarily have anything in the way of a title per se. You've been on the sea all of your life, so you wouldn't really necessarily be much of an acolyte, but you would.
I am, right? I'm just a cleric. I am a. Turning to Shay, I am a cleric of Melora.
Have I ever heard of Melora? CoffeeCat? No.
More commonly known as the Wild Mother.
You probably would have heard the Wild Mother, but to know more about that, you can make a religion check.
Alrighty. Religion. Not. 19.
You've heard the basics of the Wild Mother. That most people believe that she is the one that created the land. That she gives life and purpose, maybe even, to every creature, plant and animal alike. That she, with the aid of the Dawn Father, make things grow. You don't really know anything in the way of scripture, however. There's not a lot of that circulates in the Greyoran Empire, as Emperor Lythel has more or less outlawed religion.
So I've heard a little bit about the Wild Mother. Do you hear her? Do you know that she's real? I'm sorry, I come from a place that, has none, and, that's where my idea of, nothing matters, do what you want, kind of comes into play. But I've always kind of liked the idea of having a purpose in this world, but don't really know much about her on the whole.
I can't say that I hear her, but I do feel her, and I have seen her presence. I learned everything I know from my master, Master Morgan. I've seen the power he wields, and more than once has saved the entire ship from certain doom and disaster because of Melora.
With that prayer that you say every night?
The prayer itself, no. The prayer is it's how I commune with her.
Kind of shimmies out of her pillow fort. Do you think you could teach me? I feel like if this is something to give a blessing to the group, the more voices, the better? Question mark?
I don't know that it requires anyone else's belief other than my own. But it couldn't hurt, and I will slowly recite the prayer in Giant with her, enunciating each syllable so that she can follow along.
Yeah, I'd like to take the time with Lagan to learn the giant speech prayer, even if I don't understand the words, to actually still learn how to speak them.
How to say it, exactly. Okay. And so you spend time doing that. Is anyone else doing anything specific before bed?
I was I'm going to sleep, kind of that like the first night when I used minor illusion to do like the waves noise, doing that, except it's like rain and then starts almost like a thunderstorm.
So you hear a sort of
I
microscopic thunderstorm near you.
yes, your friend has very interesting skills. I enjoy it. It's nice to fall asleep to that.
He's an interesting fellow. Looking over at Darius. Still a bit young. Still learning his way, learning the ropes.
Well, Vanya has been a great mentor to me, and as she always tells me, I often overthink, and we're all quirky in some way.
As I told Vanya, we spend enough time together, we'll all learn each other's quirks.
The party would notice that River did not go up to the.
Yes, River did stay downstairs in the bar.
Oh, that's right. River is spending private time with bartender.
No, unfortunately.
Nope, unfortunately not.
That invitation was rescinded once you denied
Oh, I see.
it.
So he.
Go ahead. I was going to say, after spending the time that he has with Shay, seeing that River is not up here, Lagan will make his way back down and check on River.
River's he's got his bedroll down. He's relaxing. He's not doing too much. He had just laid down.
When Lagan comes down, he are you all right?
Oh,
For some reason you're unable to join us.
Yeah, I'm not. I cannot climb the ladder.
Is there something wrong? May I take a look?
He sits up and he just kind of moves his cape out of the way, and you would see a bunch of scarring and just patches that are missing fur on his arm.
I'm fairly certain at this point a medicine check won't do anything, but would a cure wounds?
You can certainly try.
Extending his hands and palms out. Do you mind?
What?
Alright. As soon as Vaughn's hand touches River's shoulder, again mumbling in giant, blessings of Melora be with you. Cast Cure Wounds. At first level.
Lagan, you mutter your prayer, and as a result, since River has taken no damage, he does not recover any hit points mechanically. But when you watch to see if the scars change, there is no change. In fact, that arm, when you kind of take River's hand of the arm that's injured, it is far more limp than it should be. There is some movement. There is some... He can move his fingers. But as far as the way that it feels in your hand, it feels like there is no strength of him holding his own arm there.
Right.
I'm afraid it needs something with a little stronger.
How did this happen? How long ago did this happen?
A few months ago, I had escaped. An arena. And the guards did not take too kindly to it. This is all that Kinman could do to heal it.
I see. I am sorry I could not help you further. And I apologize if this is a sore subject for you.
It's
Help.
it is what it is. It's something that I have to live with currently. But don't fear. It's manageable.
I thank you for your time and good evening then. Vaughn will turn to, or Lagan will turn to climb back up the ladder to the bunks.
Yeah, there's buenos noches for me.
So, unless there's any other sidebars that you all want to have, the nights will come to a close.
No, Shay just wants to wish every single person that's up in the bunk room, Darius, Kenwin, Rune's up there, River's not up there, I don't think. But anybody who's up there, she just wants to wish them be safe, make good decisions, have a good night. And then she retreats into her pillow fort.
Good night.
And that is where we're going to leave
Of
the
course,
session.
with us.
And
Of course, with a good scratch for Zephyr
yes, of course. Of course.
before bed.
The goodest boy.
Vanya's not even going to bother trying to call him over to her bed. Like, you want to stay with her? Fine. You can
Eventually
stay
he
good
does
for the
come
night.
to sleep in the
Yeah,
unless you
he's
take a
Vanya's dog.
Shay's probably taking a
Shay-
top bunk, Vanya's probably taking a bottom bunk, and if Vanya's at a bottom bunk, then he's definitely going to sleep in the crook of your knees.
Yeah,
Where he
she
belongs.
knows Zephyr is Vanya's dog. She just loves whatever attention she can dote upon him when he wants it. She'll get a cat of her own one day.
Eventually.
Darius, you toss and turn during the course of the night. Dreams
no,
of what
Darius.
happened. Dreams of what happened that day. They haunt you. But the day will come, and we will end the session there for the night, as you all finish a long rest, and next time we will have the collective members of this party going up to the top of a large hill with a giant crystal cluster jutting out the top of it. And that's where we're going to pick up next time.
All right. I just gotta say, like, I absolutely love the RP with you, Lagan. That was awesome.
Thank you. I enjoyed it myself.
You guys are great. I am loving the interaction between the characters so far, and we're 2 sessions in. Let's
Yes.
go. Let's
I'm-
go.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, CoffeeCat. I love NPCs. So I'm gonna get like when you say a fucking weirdo comes into the bar, I'm gonna talk to the weirdo. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I need to draw up a list of names so that I can randomly have them already available for you.
Well, and like I got you. I got you in my notes. I got Silverin, Adenaror, and Alfred. So
Yes.
pen
Yes.
drop.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Get attached. Get attached to all these people.
Yes, get
I
attached.
will.
I only wrote down
What, like-
Gaspard's name.
If the opportunity arises, I'm gonna learn about this cow farmer and I'm gonna help Alfred in his cow farming sheep woes, okay?
Again, maybe that's why maybe Alfred has the beef and that's what's causing the problem.
Hey, Lamau. Who knows?
Exactly. Nope, I always believe in like building relationships with NPCs because it gives the DM more ammunition to fuck with characters.
Yes.
Give me
So,
daggers. I want to stab you with
When he
them.
murders Alfred
Exactly.
in an absolutely brutal way, then Shay can be like, I shall avenge you, Alfred, you know?
Yes.
Son ends up becoming the BBEG.
Yes. Watch this happen.
No, don't do that to Alfred. Don't do it. Don't do it, Coffee. Don't do it.
Nobody has spent their inspiration as of yet. Is that correct?
No.
Right.
Right. Okay.
I haven't had a good
You know,
opportunity.
I totally forgot about it.
No worries. No worries. We're gonna go ahead and start up the audience poll, which is gonna be a Streamlabs poll. So, go ahead and use exclamation point and the name of the individual that you would like to see get points towards the audience vote. Since Twitch polls only allow for 4 options, I have 7 players, so there's that.
That is a rub.
That
That
is
is
Yeah.
a rub.
that is a rub. But
Oh, can we vote? Can we vote for ourselves? Shit, I see Dark Wolf in
Dark
there.
Wolf.
Like,
Dark Wolf.
Whoa.
Ooh.
Uh,
For this time,
Cat-
this time,
Cat is
yes.
not? Oh.
This time, yes.
I'm like,
You gotta vote for your character name.
You
if
put your
one
character's
person
name.
does it,
Yeah, put your
the
character's name.
character's name.
Yep.
Okay.
Is
He's
it,
gonna
is it
vote
the
for
whole?
himself.
Okay.
I think Lagan was spelt
Yeah.
wrong. So,
Wrong.
Yeah.
oh, maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Hang on. Yeah, that's because
Did
Mojo.
you leave the H out?
It was spelt like Lahghahn.
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be spelled.
Yes, but you got that.
You spelt it. You spelt your
last
own name
H and
wrong.
A around.
That's why I didn't count it. So.
The GA, the A and the H are flip.
That's
Okay.
like Laghahn.
Yeah.
You got this, Lagan. I believe in you.
Yep.
I don't know how I spelled my name wrong because
Just
that's how I
being
spelled it.
Since
I haven't.
since Dark Wolf
I have-
started it, you
hang
gotta
on.
get on that train.
Hang on. Hang on.
I see the H's at the end.
You don't have to count like that. That was
Yes,
mean.
Lahghahn is how I have it spelled.
That's not how I spelled it.
That's how I have spelled it.
That's okay. Hey, I'll go with it. That's fine. The name is still the
Nimbus
same.
bloody
regardless of the
mojo.
spelling.
You did exclamation point question mark vote.
It still
No, I didn't.
it still took
Yes,
it.
you did.
It still took it.
It still didn't take it because there's there's a question mark in there.
Yeah, because there's a question mark. Come on, Lagan. I believe
There
in
it
you. You can
goes.
do this.
Streamlabs will
Yes.
acknowledge you when you when you have done it right. Yes.
Okay.
Also,
Okay.
yes, thank you guys so much for the follows and everything.
You can vote in once.
Hey,
Mm.
Slides
Hey.
into a pocket.
hey,
Hey.
hey.
I invalidate the votes.
You know, I don't know who Chirps is via Desablin's I don't know how to pronounce that, but like,
Right.
I'll take Chirp. Whoever Chirp is, like, let's have him.
Beautiful, beautiful, love it. Thank you so much for the follow.
Yeah, Disabled Tavern, you can totally crawl into Say's pocket. I'll take you if nobody else wants you.
Exactly. Hey, Lamau. So, we can move on to the experience that I dole out to each of you. You get 5 for showing up, so everybody gets 5. You have made some progress in what you're supposed to do. So I'm going to give you 2 for having made progress in the current thing.
So everybody gets 2?
Everybody gets 2 because that's we didn't really fight any monsters, but we did a lot of good role play. So 2 experience out of the 10 maximum.
So 7 in total for
7 total.
everybody.
7 total for everybody.
Got it.
And now you all get to decide the 1 extra for the 3 roleplay prompts that we have as far as player voted. So you're gonna get 1 expiration. One person is going to get 1 experience point. I can't even talk. For who pushed the plot.
I would say that Shay.
I'd have to agree on that.
Yeah, same.
Got the donkeys, did a lot of talking,
Our rogue did rogue things.
did rogue things.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Shay.
Thank you.
All right. Majority vote. Shay gets that extra experience. Who had our best scene for today?
I want to vote River with the innkeeper.
Yes.
I would also like to vote River with the innkeeper.
I have a few things. So Lagan and Shay had a couple of pretty good scenes, but I also really enjoyed Darius in the liquor, in the drink. I like getting little character reveals quite a bit. In a moment of vulnerability or weakness, stuff like that. I'm a sucker for.
Yeah. I have to say, I absolutely adore Lagan's like care when Shay was not liking the rain, and he was like, "I'm gonna put my warm hands like to help."
Lagan's already got team dad.
It was like, oh my gosh, Lagan is the heart.
There was also one more moment I really enjoyed, which was Rune and Vanya kind of sharing a moment with music together.
But you gotta decide on one, Mr. Spexer.
I know. That's why I'm throwing all 3 out into the field and saying the rest of you need to make a decision.
All right, well, my vote is River or Lagan.
What you think, Quingar?
I mean, personally, I was really into the liquor scene as well, but I don't know. Dark Wolf and I were like on same wavelengths because she beat me to it. I was gonna do the same damn thing. There was offering the bedroll to Shay. Beat me to it. I gonna do the same damn thing.
Yeah, no. In all fairness, River has my vote for quote. So for that very particular moment.
Okay, then if you're gonna do it for quote, then maybe pick a different scene for the scene thing, because that doubling up on the same thing is a little unfair.
I mean, I will say, like, scene-wise, I really enjoyed when River took what the innkeep had said to Shay, and Shay, was like, I don't trust what you're offering, and River was like, hey, you said, so I think I'm definitely on River for the best turn of the scene.
River's got my vote for that one.
Okay. 2 on River.
For me, it was that scene with Lagan in the rain with Shay.
Dawn
I'd sit by
is
the
second
Darius
choice.
scene.
What specs?
I said by the Darius scene. What did Woden say?
What did you say, Woden?
I like the scene when Lagan and Shay were discussing Lagan's religion.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good one too.
So it sounds like another one for Lagan.
I think it does. So we got 2 and 2, Lagan and River.
I will say I liked. This includes both of them, but I liked Lagan coming down to check on River. I like that scene, so I would say both.
Okay. Then Lagan it is.
Ooh.
Lagan for the multiple scenes that he's been in today. Now we can move on to best line.
I kind of want to give that to Darius with the, how legally do you want it obtained? Great. It's already sturdy.
That's a valid point.
Yeah. That was the moment where, like, I know both Shay and Lagan were like, as legal as possible.
Yes.
But
I know I'm a rogue, but I'm not that kind of rogue.
I have to live up to my bad reputation.
Love it.
Well,
No, it's fair.
you are a pirate that served on a privateer ship, so
You know.
yeah, I gotta say that was the one that hit me the most. And I had to pause in the middle of what I was trying to say and think before I could speak and suppress the laugh at the same time.
Yeah, I think Shay also had a moment of what did you say? So I'm good with that one too for Darius. Yeah.
All right.
I mean, honestly, I think there were a lot of really good scenes this night, so.
Mm-hmm. Darius it is then. And then the audience poll is finished. And it's a tie between Vanya and Shay. So
Oh, God.
you both are gonna get it.
Okay.
Oh,
So
thank you.
You.
Yes, thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
Do I understand right that when we reach 20 XP we are at level 2?
Yes, at the start of the next dawn, you will be level 2, and your XP will go back down to 0 to start over, or whatever you had left over.
Right.
And then level 3 will be 30 experience, going like that. So.
Okay, so quick question.
Sure.
Only because, just for so is it based on the total experience for tonight when we get to level 2? Like, because for example, after you awarded, 5 plus 2 for everybody, I had already, leveled up. So like the plus 2 I got from the other 2, does that all count together and I still start at 0? Or I just want to double check. I don't care either way.
You will start at what you had left over. So if you accumulated 23, for instance, you would still have 3 to start. 3 to start for
after
level
you
3.
gave 5 and 2, I was at 23, and then the bonuses came into effect.
Right. So the total that you have, you would subtract 20. That's basically buying level 2, and then that what you have left over will be doesn't go away. You're going to keep it.
Okay, carries over. Gotcha.
Yeah, carries over. So that's what you start
Got it.
towards your level 3.
All right.
And what is level 3 to level 4? Just because I do like X out of X for my record keeping.
So for level 2 to level 3 is 30. From level 3 to level 4 is 40.
All right.
And each time you level up, you'll start your track over again by buying the level, and at the next long rest, you will be that level.
So then, does this long rest count? So like when
Yes.
we come back next session after the long rest, you know,
Yes.
we can level.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Did everybody level? Just checking.
I did.
I did.
Rolled
Definitely did.
2 for my hit points.
You rolled.
It's okay, man.
Hang on.
I did have a question.
Hang on. Is that a natural 1 on the dice?
No,
No. Okay.
I rolled a
Yeah,
2.
how do you?
So 2 plus 4
how-
for my constitution.
Yeah, how do you want us rolling health?
If you're choosing to do the take half plus 1 plus con, you're choosing that now. So if you're gonna choose to have fixed health, or you're gonna choose to roll health, that is what you're choosing now.
So basically, we can pick average or roll,
Yes.
and we keep roll if we roll.
Yes. And,
And
you
if we
keep
roll a
average, and
one?
if you roll a 1, it's a reroll.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna keep average because I am not a gambler, but I just wanted to verify.
Yes, you have
I
the
am
I'm
cho-
gonna do average.
now that you're level 2, you have the choice of average or rolls, and if you choose to roll, and that choice is locked in for the entirety of the game. If you
Right.
choose to, if on rolls you get a natural 1 on your health dice, you can re-roll it.
So just to clarify, you said it's locked in for the whole game. Does that mean if you choose average, you have to choose average from then on out, or
Yes.
can you know?
Yes.
Okay.
It will be for the whole game.
All right. I choose roll.
That
choose to
changes
roll.
things for me.
Yes.
So,
I'm going to roll
oh,
as well.
I get to add 6.
Let's
But-
see. I was 10. Let's see. 18.
don't know which D8 to use.
So, I am gonna want your new health scores, and things of that all added to the roll 20, because I do have the I do have your name cards and things like that are scrolling up above us that would change with that.
Let's see.
So.
Plus 3.
So was there anyone who
I'm
did
so
not reach
torn.
level 2? Was there anyone who did not reach level 2 as of yet?
I think we all did.
Okay.
I think total you gave us 15. Everyone was at least at 15 last time.
Right.
So the 5 just for showing up got us
Right.
to 3.
Cool beans.
Mhm. I am so torn between average and friggin' rolling. Especially since it locks in, like, once you decide, you have to do that the whole game.
Yeah,
So now I'm
bold.
like,
Do it.
Mhm.
I don't know what to
it.
do.
Just do it.
And then, like, if I roll, I don't know which dice to use. I don't know. What do you guys think? Pathfinder dice or metal dice?
Metal dice.
Metal.
Metal dice?
Metal.
Normal dice, titanium, rainbow, or tiny. Normal,
Rainbow.
titanium, rainbow, or tiny.
Rainbow.
Titanium.
Rainbow.
Rainbow? Alright.
We're all about rainbows around here.
Okay, 7 plus 0. So,
7
it's
more
more
health.
than average.
That's
So-
one more than I had.
So just to clarify, who is doing average? So just you?
I think I will, just for simplicity's sake.
Okay. So it's just Darkwolf who's going to do rolls, or just do average. The rest are doing rolls. So that way we have that for...
What exactly was the average again?
It is your your health dice, which is a D8 for a druid, +1, which would make the 5 base, plus your Constitution. That's the quote average rolling. So this way,
5 plus your con.
yeah, 5 plus con is what D8 hit dice characters get as their fixed health.
Well, if I took
level.
fixed, I would be 17. As is rolling, I got 20.
Ooh,
So
look at you, lucky.
Yeah.
I am lucky.
Wait, how'd you get 20? You got 20?
I
So
rolled
jealous.
I started with 10. You start with your base die plus your Constitution. Roll an 8 on the D8 plus 2 makes 10 plus 10 is 20.
This man is a lucky son of a bitch.
I
Wait,
am.
Wait. Where's the? Hold on. I'm confused. Sorry, I'm just.
Okay,
my brain, poof.
Everybody starts level 1 with max HP. So
Right.
whatever your
So
hit
you
dice
rolled a
plus-
10, and you got a 10 plus your con is 2, so that's 12. How
No.
did you get to 20?
No, he's a D8
I'm at
class.
D8. With clerics and druids, that's a D8. So I
Okay.
rolled an 8.
I'm also a D8.
My Constitution is a +2 modifier. So 8 plus 2 is 10, plus another 10 makes 20.
So he has 20 total
10,
health.
10 is your current health, then, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm kosher. I'm good. I understand the math now.
Yes.
Poor Shay.
He played.
Yeah,
he,
that
he got
that's
ma-
kinda where I was
got
lost.
max on his
For a
roll.
+10?
Yeah. I'm not sitting as bad as I thought I was. I'm at
Yeah.
18.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So it's
Ooh, I got a 3 off that.
so it's Kinwin and River that are going to be on fixed health, or am I wrong?
Yeah.
Okay. Kinwin and River are on fixed health. The rest are rolling. And
Yes, I'm
I got a
rolling.
7. I am all leveled up on roll 20 now. It's
Yay.
very
Right.
simple. I just got my cunning action. That is it.
hey,
Yeah,
cunning
same.
action. Great. Fantastic.
Yay! Bonus action hide.
Bonus action hide.
Indeed. Well, bonus
I
action
did-
disengaged. That's my favorite.
Did we ask? So like Tasha's lets you do bonus action, steady aim as cunning action. Are you allowing that?
Ooh.
Tasha's is a book allowed, so if that is included in Tasha's, then yes.
Okay.
Oh.
It
boy.
essentially you sacrifice movement to gain advantage for sneak attack.
Okay. That's
Wait,
Yeah,
so
you
does
said
that
that-
mean like you get your sneak attack plus advantage? So like when you roll the hit, you have advantage and you get to apply
Yeah,
your sneak attack to that
The
damage?
advantage is what's giving you the sneak attack.
yes.
Oh.
Sneak attack is always on if you have advantage on the roll, or if you have which can be a result of a number of different things, or an ally is adjacent to the creature you're aiming at.
So what is Tasha's change?
Tasha's basically is by sacrificing your movement. You can't move before. You're basically mechanically steadying your aim. So you're sitting there and you're sacrificing all of your movement to steady your aim. And then it gives you that advantage, which then grants you sneak attack.
So you're able to spend
it
your bonus
costs
action
bonus.
and your movement to steady aim to gain advantage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. The only reason I ask is I'm not terribly familiar with Tasha's.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'll send
like
it
when
to
I
you
look
in
at
Discord.
Tasha's in roll 20, like the steady aim comes into the 3rd level rogue, which has a bonus action. You give yourself advantage on the next attack roll. Which is the only reason I'm asking. Like, I don't want to nerf myself if we're gonna use Tasha's, but I want to make sure that like I understand what we're using.
Tasha's is available as a book used in this game. So it's Tasha's Dungeon Master's Guide, Player's Handbook, obviously, and a number of others that I actually own. So,
Yay!
that's
Channel
all.
Divinity.
Yay, Channel Divinity!
So like steady aim comes into effect at 3rd level? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, from what I can tell. Yep.
Okay.
I
So-
personally haven't looked into it, so I am probably going to end up doing that myself too.
Yeah,
But-
like in Roll20, if you look up
Yeah.
Rogue, it comes up with Rogue optional class feature, and that's
Yeah.
where it says like steady aim at 3rd level, which is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, that'll be available too at 3rd level when you get it as part of your cunning action. Right now, it is hide, disengage, or dash.
Yeah.
So that's what it is currently. In level 3, you get that additional feature if you would like it as part of that.
Good. So now that I have channeled divinity, I now have destructive wrath.
Ooh,
Nice.
Ooh.
I'm guessing that's
Which-
bonus damage dice.
What that means is I spend my channel divinity, and when I use Wrath of the Storm, it automatically deals max damage for thunder and lightning.
Ooh, we like to hear it. We like some lightning and thunder around here.
Yeah,
Ooh,
not many
and I
things.
think
Not many things have any resistances or immunity to those.
Man, I mean, our druids get their wild shape now at level 2.
Yup.
Hmm?
Yup.
Yep. I get my spell casting, so I just need to
Yay.
play
Yay.
spells.
Yay! Spell casting for our ranger.
Yes.
Yep.
And then next level, I get to turn Zephyr into my familiar.
Yay!
I
Oh,
actually
nice.
find it
Or,
somewhat
well, animal companion,
refreshing.
same difference.
I find it kind of refreshing not to be playing a spellcasting class. Like, it's nice to not kind of worry about that.
Honestly, when I was making Vanya, my first instinct was to go after spellcasting. Like, at least, like, specifically a spellcasting class, and I decided not to and went with Ranger.
Which is a
Yeah.
mix of martial and spellcasting. So,
Yeah.
by being a half caster, you get a little of both.
So I was curious because Darius is a fellow rogue. Darius, what is your plan for 3rd level, like your subclass?
Swashbuckler. You're also muted.
Okay, because
Quingar.
Sorry, swashbuckler.
mine is a mastermind. So I just wanted to kind of make sure we weren't stepping on each other's
Yeah,
toes.
no,
Oh, no, yeah.
swashbuckler.
Yep.
Which, yeah,
Which fits.
Ends.
Which
Yeah,
actually
nope,
really
I definitely-
fits.
no, this is a whole build.
Nope, I've definitely designed Shay to be more of a
The charismatic
Sure.
road.
Yep,
True.
charismatic rogue. Basically, she's kind of like Robin Hood, chaotic good.
Lagan is a big, brutish-looking guy with very little charisma. Being at a -1 on charisma, he's a likable guy. He goes out of his way to try and not be so intimidating.
Yeah.
It's his big kind of.
It's
big
his
boy
size.
nature. Yeah, his big boy
Yeah.
nature has his low charisma,
Yeah.
but he's.
I mean, Shay is definitely growing to love him.
He's a very gentle soul at heart. He just, but when he lets that off the chain, step back.
Yep. Because he explodes in lightning and thunder these days.
Yes.
I mean-
Thank you, Master Henry Morgan.
Yes.
Well, like, one of the things I love about rolling stats is the fact that you can roll like a 5, and I rolled 5 in strength. So I'm like really kind of looking forward to that moment where it's like, hey, help pull or grab or lift this thing, and it's like, I literally can't.
You wrap your arms around Shay, and she's basically a twig.
Yep.
Yeah. Lagan is very well aware if he squeezes too tight, he's probably going to break her. That's why he tries to be so gentle with Shay.
She's so little. She's so little.
I'm
Tiny.
very small.
Her clothing deceives. She wears thick clothing, but she's not thick.
Right.
She's a little beanpole. But yeah, that about wraps us up. Let's see. Is there somebody to raid?
Is Maddie still on?
Maddie is still on, so let's go give Maddie a
Going to
raid.
Maddie.
Because he's playing some Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Raid time, raid emotes. I'm gonna get them ready.
Get them ready, because I got some now. You guys got some.
Yeah.
If you're a subscriber, I got some heavy duty pink and purple. Look at this. No, that's purple and blue.
I'm a
but
subscriber, but I have no idea. Ooh, pink and purple. I see it. Raid.
If you're
I
not,
got it.
you should, Pale, because they're beautiful raid emotes that I got from Derek. So
I
I
just
have them. I'm a subscriber. Dang it.
it's the first time I saw it.
Yes. But yeah, let's go say hi to Maddie and see
Yeah.
what
Raid
kind of
emotes ready. Let's do it.
what kind of shenanigans we're getting up to. So good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night. Good night till next week. Be safe. Make good decisions, everybody. Do it. Don't make them negligent decisions.
Otherwise,
Damn.
Shay gonna
No.
get you.
Damn right.